All right. What's going on, everybody? Robert, Rob, Demas, Benjamin, Florian, how are all of you? I see my mic levels going up and down, so that means my mic is on. And one second, I already know my camera's not on, and I just realized my lights are not on. Give me one second, please. And that is, hey, one light's on, and let me hit another one. There we go. Other lights on now. It's Channing. Hey, there we go. You all can see me. And all my lights are on. My mic levels are going. Awesome. Thanks, Rob. Glad you can hear me. Now let's go to playing. One second. Playing game screen. And hey, game looks right. Awesome. Now you can see me, and now you can see the game. Which is your class. Remember, any punk can kill a demon with a plus this sort of ultimate polar or level 9. You can touch on the most legendary hills can punch the arch demon to death. I'll try to keep that in mind. What's going on, AA? Hope all of you are having a fantastic Friday. Let's see. It is good to be back. I've had a nice little break. Water leaks through a crack in the window. A friend of mine has actually been in the hospital for the past few days, and it really messed with my head. Made me think a lot about my own health issues, and I just wasn't in a good mindset to be able to stream or really do content. So I haven't done anything all week, but I had already decided to hop back on the wagon and stream today. But ironically, right before I was about to start my stream, he called me and he let me know he's still in the hospital, but he's doing okay, and that they feel like he's going to be able to get back out on Sunday. Definitely made me feel much better. So it's good to be back. This dark, murky hole leads to the ocean. Ironically, I also finished what do you call it, Midnight Suns today. So I'll be able to do some Shadowrun playing over the course of this weekend, depending on what I end up doing with the wife and child. That dialogue in Midnight Suns never gets better. I don't know why, but I'm shocked by that. I really expected that, hey, it probably starts out kind of rough, but sooner or later it's going to get better. Roll for Combat and Eric Mona from Pazzo on yesterday talking about the ORC. He did answer a bunch of questions about their OGL. Oh, really? Awesome. First of all, thanks for the $5, Rob. And then second of all, I'm definitely going to have to check that out. I know people have been doing a bunch of content for, why does it seem like, yeah, why is she in the front? She shouldn't be in the front. That's a formation that works for me. I know a bunch of people have been doing more videos regarding the LGL, and I'm not one of them. As a YouTuber, why didn't he open it? Okay, so open it. No lockpicks required. Why didn't he open that? Okay, that was weird. As a YouTuber and a content creator, I know this is like my own mental head thing, and I've got to get out of this because it's not really the way it's supposed to work. I hate the idea of milking something. I hate the idea of, okay, I'm going to talk. I've got this one subject, and I know people love to hear about it, and it's controversial. So I'm just going to make video after video after video after video after video after video about it. Like, mentally, that just doesn't appeal to me. But based on like your note, it seems like there's some actual new hard information that might be a benefit to people in general. I just hate milking stuff just over and over again. I hate farming views. I like putting out stuff that I'm like, oh, this has like some real value for people. So did your opinion change on Marvel Midnight Suns after finishing? No. My opinion is exactly the same. Combat is fantastic, really awesome. The dialogue sucks. The dialogue is terrible. The ending for the story was kind of cool. It was interesting how they chose to do it, But the dialogue and the journey to get there, nah, it's not what's up. This mural hints at the creation of a creature larger than any that came before it, but it's too damaged to decipher more. It sounds like Pazzo is planning on fighting for the rights of creators to use the old OGL. What? So they're planning on like taking like doing a lawsuit against Wizards of the Coast, or they're just spinning up their own new OGL that'll remain open the way the Wizards of the Coast OGL used to be? Because I heard Wizards of the Coast released theirs and it was basically just as bad as what the leak had said, right? Metaphysics, examine the machine. You note the speed of the ring's rotation and the subtle pattern of the machine's humming. After a bit of prodding, the pylon's workings make sense to you. Deactivate the machine. You shut down the machine. The rotating ring grinds to a halt, and the energy it emits winks out of its existence. A low rumbling echoes through the ruins, and the barrier on the window nearest you flickers briefly. Small trickles of water begin to flow nearby. New OGL. Got you. Okay, that makes sense. That seems pretty much in line.
Consider not touching anything, just for once.
That seems pretty much in line with what they mentioned before that they were going to do. I've been following Renfall's coverage of the OGL, and others are planning on suing Wizards of the Coast. Wow. Midnight Sun's dialogue actually grew on me over the course of the game. I stopped waiting for them to sound like their movie versions and suddenly found that they did sound like their comic selves. See, I don't agree with that. I don't feel like Blade sounded like his comic self at all. The low hum reverberating from this machine makes the inside of your ears itch. In fact, I feel like a lot of them, I feel like the more comedic versions, aligned people sound like their movie versions. Like I think Iron Man pretty much sounds like Iron Man for the movies. Captain America pretty much sounds like Captain America for the movies. But Blade doesn't sound like Blade. Magic doesn't sound like Magic. Like, these are characters that have a real edge to them. You know, like the happy-go-lucky, the versions that are provided in the game, to me, pretty much fit in with just about any Disney movie, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Like, Wesley Snipes' Blade doesn't fit in with Iron Man. Like, it's a totally different vibe. They're old comic sells, at least, except for Carol. Stupid Carol. When the release was a blatant attempt to roll it back, but it kept the ability for them to just pull the plug whenever they want. Exactly. The new Wizard of the Coast OGL hasn't come out yet. Yeah, no, it did. It came out today, the first draft. Yeah, a version of it came out today, Benjamin. And the reception has not been positive. I haven't looked at it yet, but I haven't heard good things. A small plaque below the mural reads, "The Winding Serpent was our first success. Born of the common barracuda, we subjected the creature to the machine's vital energies, and it grew to immense proportions. It has since appeared to have developed something of a group mentality, often hunting in packs." I didn't press that thing in the big room because I'm pretty sure there's some other spots that I have to hit first before I can do anything with it. Oh. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good. That's actually not good either. She needs to finish him off. There we go. Right. By come out, I mean legally push this contract. You must sign right here and now. Got you. Okay, yeah. They released. I took it as they finally released something official. Before, we just had leaks and their statement combating the leaks. We didn't have anything from them that gave you an idea of what the OGL was going to be like. But now we do. And again, I haven't looked at it, but I haven't heard good things thus far.
I shall be discreet.
Legally, it hasn't been pushed. So is basically the bad part of it that they could roll it back if they wanted to and do something different? Is that what has people concerned, essentially? The plaque is worn but still legible. The barbed ravager was a direct result of our success with the winding serpent. We grafted poisonous barbs onto bull sharks and subjected them to the machine's energies. The creatures tripled, then quadrupled in size, assimilating the barbs into their bodies, and so a most fearsome predator was born. Am I supposed to be memorizing all this? Fred, thanks for the $5, man. I appreciate it. It is going fabulous for me, sir. How about you? That's sort of what I mean regarding Blade. I love Wesley Blade, but he had no personality besides hardcore mofo. Michael J. Wade gave his Blade a little more range. Okay. I absolutely believe that, I absolutely agree that from a voice acting standpoint, Michael J. White did a fantastic job as Blade. In fact, I think out of all of them, he had the strongest voice acting in the game. That being said, voice acting is not everything. And the dialogue that Blade had in Midnight Suns compared to the Blade movies, at least the first two, the Blade in the movies had way more personality. He was way more believable. Deactivate the machine. Oh, wait. The pylon is dark. Its rings immobile. I think the damage... Darren, what's going on? How are you? I think the damage Wizard of the Coast has done is irreversible. And if it's a terrible time with so many D&D projects coming out, the D&D movie was actually somewhat decent. Will absolutely fail. Who thought this was a great idea? Like, not only the D&D movie, but I'm sure Larian is pissed. I am sure they are not happy at all, and that on some level they feel like they've been done wrong by this. Like, why would you do this now? Who thought that now was the time to make it happen? That's insane. Whoops, I'm not even using my guy when I should be. Yeah, this is a crazy amount of self-harm to Wizards of the Coast brand. They really have not done right by themselves, and it's just crazy to see somebody harm themselves in this manner. Why? Today I started my first ever run of Dragon Age Origins. Any tips you got for a completely new player? Well, first of all, it's a fantastic series. I think you're absolutely going to enjoy it. Tips: do everything. It has a lot of fantastic side quests and extra content that you don't necessarily have to do if that you can easily miss out on or skip. Beyond that, man, just enjoy it. Like, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. It's hard to go wrong with Dragon Age. At least that version of it. Later versions, not so much. I like Dragon Age Inquisition, but Dragon Age 2, there we go. I was about to say, when are we gonna get my stuff? There's a clause that they can revoke your ability to use a license. Oof. I think BG3 will stand on its own. See, I don't know. I think BG3 stands on its own with people who are already into CRPGs and who had already bought early access. There's a bunch of people not in that category now, though. So I feel like amongst those other folks, I mean, so here's the thing, though. There's a lot of time between Baldur's Gate launch and this stuff. So there's plenty of time for people either to forget, for the heat to die down, all that good stuff, right? So from that standpoint, I do agree with you. But, yeesh. D&D is also 72% of Hasbro's profit margins. And this might bankrupt Hasbro if they can't get a handle on it ASAP. Yeah, because there are a ton of people canceling their D&D Beyond subscriptions. That's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. You can't continue. So effectively, they could just revoke an individual's ability to use it whenever they want. Combats. I like Rogue. Oh, so if you want pure damage, I do believe that the Archer does, especially by end game, the most damage out of all the potential classes. But Dragon Age Origins isn't the type of game where you really need to maximize the damage your main character can do. You can pick whatever class you want to, and you'll have a fine time. It won't be a problem. But yeah, rogues were a fantastic time in Dragon Age. Boss Page, what's going on, man? How are you? Frosty, Mage make a great first place. See, there's somebody else who prefers Mage, and it's just as legitimate option. For some reason, nobody ever talks about Dragon Age 2. Why is that? Appreciate you hitting the like button, Fred. Yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button. I would appreciate that. Why would anyone trust the face to determine what Cal says discriminates? Yeah, Dragon Age 2 was super rushed. It kept repeating the same areas over and over again. So Frosty is definitely on point about that. The story was very enclosed as well. It was really a story about your personal family. It wasn't a save the world kind of thing, which I appreciated. I kind of like the change up, but there are definitely some people who prefer a typical change, save the world type of adventure, which is part of the reason why they went back to that in Dragon Age Inquisition. The party members are just as diverse and interesting as Dragon Age 1, but I would say the cast isn't quite as good. Some of them are definitely more dislikable, and they did some weird things with some of the Dragon Age 2 party members. Like, if I remember correctly, just about all of them are romantically available. Right, the majority of them are romantically available and bisexual. And that ended up being a huge thing where people were pissed about that. Like, I wasn't pissed about it, but it was weird. It was definitely a weird experience. Like, and I'm definitely a fan of this. Your sexuality is kind of part of your personality, and it should be like different for different party members. I didn't like that whole setup. So yeah, stuff like that, it kind of brought Dragon Age 2 down, and people didn't enjoy it nearly as much as they seemed to enjoy the first one. Probably go some dual-wheel version of Berserker or Reaver. That works as well. The plaque below the mural is in remarkable condition. It reads, "The Kraken is a beast like none other. By applying the manipulation techniques we refined through our work on the Leviathan, we increased both the size and intelligence of the common octopus, and they have since proved themselves to be ferocious hunters. There was one unfortunate side effect, however. They also became quite territorial." And is that the end? Just about. So wait, I went up here and then came all the way around here, but there's a space over there that I missed. Okay, and I think that's the only thing I missed. And there's a door down there, but first we'll go over here. To be fair, part of the reason why they reuse the same areas is the story is unfolding in one city and its immense surroundings over the course of many years. Yeah, but it just doesn't feel good though. It does not feel good at all. Like that's the reason they provide for why it's happening, but it's not handled in a good way. Easy now. They should have found a better way to be able to convey that while still providing the player with new experiences. Ooh. The wall before you is decorated by an intricately painted mural depicting 4 sea creatures of legend. Inspect the mural. The mural features a kraken, a shark covered in wicked barbs, an enormous whale, and a knot of 3 serpents with the heads of barracudas. The images are offset somewhat from their frames as if they could be pressed. Oh. Right, so you got to read all the murals and figure out how they, I don't want to be bothered with this. Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. They made it more social, politics, conceptual, identity, overall, some gameplay like the first one. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, though. The first one, it had a lot to do with, sexuality and different things like that. It was just across the board in Dragon Age 2, and that was the problem with it. It was like you can't just paint that broad brush over everybody because it just feels weird. It was just kind of weird. But I mean, Let's not act like it's that far off from what Dragon Age Inquisition was. Hey, I'm about to get the Ascension ending with my Lich on Wrath of the Righteous following your guide. That's awesome, Lannister. Happy to hear it, man. Happy to hear it. I don't remember what them damn murals said. And I'm not going back either. I actually like puzzles, but I only like them once. Once I've already finished a puzzle once, I'm not interested in doing it again. What is this? I don't care about. I have lasagna. My wife went to this Italian place that makes like this crazy awesome lasagna in a pan. And it's just some of the best lasagna I've ever had. And so she was going out to that place again with some girlfriends of her. And I said, yo, definitely get that for me. All right, serpent. Serpent, shark, whale, kraken. Boo, boo, boo. Ooh. I didn't see the companions of DHT being all bisexual. They're pro-tag sexual. And bro, let me follow that romance story with whoever I like the most. I got you. That is definitely one way to look at it. It didn't work for me, but I could definitely see your point. It is irritating when you find a party member that you really like and then discover that you can't romance this individual just because of what, gender you are or whatever. So I could definitely see that perspective.
I shall be discreet.
Okay. There was something down here that I'm missing, right? Yeah, look. There's a door. Did I go over here? Yes, that's where I came from. Okay.
Dim in the lantern.
Ooh, Larry, what's going on? Press the button, Frank. Absolutely. Appreciate you all hitting the like button and helping me out. I don't understand how the like button completely works during streams. I guess it helps to, I guess it works the same way it does for regular videos, where it helps more people to view the stream and things of that nature. Judy Alvarez. Man, I haven't eaten lasagna in years. Oh, really? What kind of food do you prefer? A plaque near the mural reads, "The Leviathan was folly, born of purest hubris. After our experience with the Barb Ravager, we decided to test the limits of the machine's growth capabilities. We entrapped a pod of blue whales and subjected them to the machine for months on end. Only a few of the creatures survived, but those that did, they could not be contained." Yes, dear, it absolutely is. Judy Alvarez. Oh, that's right. Yeah, in Cyberpunk. That's who you refer to. Yeah, I hate it. Now, and the thing is that I heard she's actually the best romance in Cyberpunk, but I might never know because every single time I want to roll a dude. So, like, I don't know why. Usually I'm the type in role-playing games, I have no problems, like, rolling with a female for at least one time, and then to try out that different content. But in Cyberpunk, I just have no interest in it. I just want to roll straight dudes. So I guess I have to look at YouTube one day to see what that content is like. Oh, you didn't like her by the end of the storyline. She totally got the Clouds dolls killed and then bounced on them. Oh! I like the romance odds, but I think the gameplay is more important than story. Or is that too old school? I don't know if it's too old school. I mean, I'm old school with my games as well. I love romance in my games, but a great romance cannot make up for poor story and combat, whereas great combat and great story can make up for poor romances. Like, I don't think the romances in Pillars of Eternity 2 are really all that great, to be honest with you. But the gameplay is fantastic. The story is cool to go through. Like, it's got other elements in it that I really enjoy. But I can't think of the game that has fantastic romance, but I hate everything else about it. But yeah, I don't think it's enough. I mean, the example that keeps coming to mind is Kingmaker, but it's not that Kingmaker is a terrible game. It's just that it's so freaking hard, and there are all those bugs. It doesn't have a level of support that it should have. And so, even though the romance is probably top 3 that I've ever experienced in video games, I'm kind of dreading getting back into it a little bit because I know it's going to be a whole slog. But the the members of the channel voted, and they made it clear, like, yo, this is what we want. Ian, what's going on? How are you? Well, a good set of romance has like a side dish that can elevate the meal. Right. That's a great way to put it, Benjamin. It's a great way to put it. Like it doesn't matter more than gameplay and story, but it sure does add a lot. It's not an inconsequential thing. I always roll a female protagonist, but I did make a male in Cyberpunk just to check out Pan Am's romance. I definitely prefer Judy's. Interesting. What is better about Judy's romance? Pit the game over Judy. I can romance the queen, but not Seela. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that I can't romance Seela, to be honest with you. I feel guilty if I steal a romance from a companion. I don't. Steal romances all the time. No problem with it whatsoever. Oh, you know what? I guess you can finish this whole thing without hitting that middle one. Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, I did what I wanted to do anyway. Water floods into the ruins. You have just enough time to pull on your diving suit before the water crests your head. Though you're in no danger of drowning, you're not yet safe. The rumbling deep in the ruins doesn't subside, but instead grows louder by the moment. You dart out the window opposite the pylon and start the long swim up to your waiting ship. Shrug off the suit and make a mad dash for the surface. Ooh. We won't be doing that. Examine the suit for damage. A quick once-over reveals that a rent in the helmet is letting water in, reducing the amount of air being cycled by Avira's magic, and thus making the suit heavier. Rig a quick fix for the helmet. With no time to spare, you tear off a piece of cloth from the suit and quickly wrap the damaged portion of the helmet. Water continues to trickle in, but at a much reduced rate, and you eventually make it back to your ship fully intact. I do like, oh yeah, Judy's underwater mission was incredible. But you don't have to romance her for that. You just have to be a friend. I'm good. Playing the new Fire Emblem. Did you see the ludicrous Forspoken requirements? I did. Those Forspoken requirements are insane. Luckily, I can clear them. So like it didn't like prevent me from wanting to try the game. But wow, what were they thinking? Like, it's clear that these people who are making PlayStation games just pretend to care about making PC ports. I don't understand why. Why do the switcheroo? You know, you could have just been straight up and said, "Hey, you know, we're not going to bring the game to PC." You know, why would you even advertise that? She's very emotionally, psychologically fragile, so they feel like they're fixing her. But that's a turnoff for me. And again, she totally got the doll screwed, then cut and run on them. Yeah, Pan Am is ride or die. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like Judy's, it's interesting that in the society of Cyberpunk, where you can literally change your body, people are not open to different gender relationships. I feel like, to be honest with you, and I know some people are gonna hate to hear me say this, but you know, there's all this conversation now about woke content. You know, you're too woke. You're putting, you know, too much about black people or women or whatever into your games. And there's sometimes where I disagree with it, and sometimes where I agree, where I look at them like, you know what, this content that they put in there really doesn't make any sense and really seems like pandering. In the case of Cyberpunk, though, and CD Projekt Red, I'm going to be honest, I felt like it was really cowardly that they don't have any trans-related topics in there, and that's not highlighted at all. And part of the reason I say that is, one, like you mentioned, this is a game that is all about people changing their bodies to try to better themselves. Like there's just no way in a whole world, a whole society that's built around putting mechanics into yourself to become whoever you want to be, that folks aren't changing their gender. Like, it's just not, I mean, it's happening without that. So to just like not have it in your game at all, to me, was crazy weird. But then even on top of that, they had a bunch of trans stuff in the advertisement leading up to the game. So you're using the shock value of trans people to advertise your game and make your game seem cutting edge and like it's really going to be this crazy thing. But then when it comes to actual content in the game, you leave all that stuff out. That to me felt real cowardly. It felt like, you know, we want to pretend that our game is on this level, but we don't really want to go there because we don't want to have to deal with the dialogue that would come from that. I'm not with it.
I hope your effort to resolve the coral situation is meeting with success.
I almost never do romance. Assassin's Creed Odyssey is the only game I did all the romance because they were so self-aware. Also, I'm playing AC Vitamin on the screen. I hated Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I think it's the only game where I played like 80, maybe 90 hours of it. And then I was like, all right, that's enough. That's enough. Like, there is just too much fat. There's too much fluff. I'm like, I'm doing the same thing over and over and over again. It's killing me. I didn't even care about what happened at the end of the regular main story. Like, I was kind of curious to see how the zoo story would play out, but that was it. I was done. I was completely done with that game. Any other game, if I put that much time into it, I'm gonna keep going. From the Afterlife, the bartender from the Afterlife is trans and talks about it in her quest. They have Claire. She's trans in the game. The bartender in the Afterlife. Granted, she's not romanceable, but she was so mad. Ian, thanks for the $10, man. I appreciate it. Just for being another old school gamer. It's absolutely my pleasure, man. Absolutely my pleasure. I'm not a woke. Yeah, but I agree. Trans ops should have been Cyberpunk. Yes, Claire in Cyberpunk is a trans woman. I wish you could romance her, but she's a widow and wasn't having it. I don't remember her character at all, which says to me that she had a very small part in the game. And it's so you put in one character with a very small part and then virtually nothing else. Like the advertisements that CD Projekt Red put out, where it involved trans people, like those were a big deal. Like, I remember whatever the little stripper chick was, where she was like, I think she was leaning over a toilet and throwing up, but you could clearly see the dick. Like, they tried to make it seem like this is gonna be this wild, crazy world and use trans people to communicate that. And then the game, it's like, nah. Rabbi, what's going on? Glad you're able to make the stream. It is absolutely my pleasure to make the Pathfinder guys. You know, as soon as I say I'm done with Pathfinder, they release a trailer for for some new DLC content. I might have to look over that after the stream and see if I want to do something on it. I beat on all the endings, but after that first one, I was still salty. I was all over Claire until she started talking about her dead husband. Yeah, that's kind of a vibe killer, isn't it? Kind of a vibe killer. I wasn't able to solve your core problems, and now the ruins are no. Oh, snap. Oh,
I say I'm not disappointed.
Oh, crap. And I don't think do I have a quick save? I got to save at the entrance. Apparently, I messed this up. Damn. I thought I was supposed to deactivate them. To be fair, it's hard to know if CDPR didn't include some stuff because of the disastrous unfinished release. Well, but the thing is, you're saying if maybe that was if it was stuff they didn't add, it seems like it would be DLC. No, you know what? Actually, you're right. Could be because apparently the development for this game was so crazy. But I've been watching Wolfhard play it, and it seems like it's in a much better state now. They didn't really care about the unless it got too weird, but I don't think it ever did. Those trends vending machine I didn't notice recently. You plan on doing Warhammer? Come on now, you know, absolutely. When you're talking about Rogue Trader, 100%. I'm just waiting for that beta to come out, and then I'm gonna be doing content on that like crazy. Yeah. When the beta for Rogue Trader comes out, we'll stream it on the channel for sure. I'll see him inside. I think trans would be pretty rare. I realize it's become a big fad today, but at the end of the day, a billion years of biological, cultural, psychological evolution wins. Like, but what does that mean though? Like in a world where you could be whatever you want, like there's a reason it's a fad today. You call it fad right now and say it's all about that people didn't feel like they could do it before, and so they're doing it now. But at the end of the day, in a world where you can be whatever you want, people are going to choose to be whatever they want. And a lot of times that's not going to be what everybody either wants them to be or what they're born as. Like that's just natural selection, natural evolution. Hell, if people have the option, a lot of them might decide why not be both and switch it up based on what day it is. Like I don't think like in a society like that, it makes sense for people to say, well, it would all shake out the way it's always been. Like, nah, people have the ability to feel like gods if they want to. They're going to take advantage. I'll teach you not to start breaking machines until you're fully I know, right? And I hate having to do things over again. Some people didn't like Cyberpunk. I get the gunplay was pretty fun. Netrunner was pretty fun. My first run was all gunplay, but then I did like half of the second run as a Netrunner, and it was amazing. So after the new DLC comes out, we are going to revisit it because I think the new DLC is going to be the last DLC they do for the game. So then I'll be able to do like a complete run with Cyberpunk in its final state, and I'll definitely be doing that as a Netrunner for sure. Right, the Celestial Cultist. Yeah, I'm gonna be worshiping her the whole time we play through Rogue Trader. Hedonism and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Hedonism and pleasure. That's what we'll be going for. The machine stretches from deep within the pit of water at your feet to the apex of the vaulted ceiling high above you. It emits a soft, low purr and charges the air with the same expected frisson of energy you might feel right before a lightning strike. History and Arcana. Study the machine. Sconzi, what's going on, dude? How are you, man? You managed to make out what little of the writing hasn't faded away. You also learn that the machine is funneling essence into the surrounding flora and fauna from a luminous Adra pillar deep beneath the ruins. Attempt to deactivate the machine. Fanta, what's going on, man? Yeah, it was pretty cool seeing him transform into a griffin, but I'm not getting excited yet because I've heard too many times that the mechanics for Shifter are trash. Absolute trash, and that Owlcat would have to change them significantly for them to be viable in the game. So I'm not getting excited until I see for myself that they've actually done that. We'll see. Rabbi, I'm absolutely playing Hogwarts Legacy. I'll probably stream it. Not sure if I'm going to stream it, but I've been a fan of the content for a long, long time now. Most people be what they are, I think. People swallow be as common as golf kids in high school. Maybe so. You might be right. For sure, video games prove that if I could change my body with the click of a button, I definitely would. Respect to the people who want enough to do it with our current methods takes determination. That's true. That's true. If Idris Elba isn't romanceable in Cyberpunk DLC, why do games even exist? I'm not interested in romance with him. But for those who are, I wish you the absolute best of luck. Hopefully, CDPR has given you all consideration. has done a decent job with DLC specific classes in the past with Kingmaker. See, I played Kingmaker at launch and it was terrible, and I completely ignored it until articles started coming out saying it was much better. What classes were DLC for Kingmaker? I don't know. Me and my friends are watching something. Hope you have fun. Love you, rest of the chat. Take care, Boss Page. Have a good night. Hope you and your friends enjoy whatever you're watching. Might be a good choice for my Azada playthrough. Might be. I'm hoping it's a good class. As you do, a presence pushes at the edge of your mind. It soon grows forceful, overwhelming your mental barriers with ease. The skitter and rattle of dead leaves come to you on a breeze damp with the smell of rotten wood.
Watcher, still your hand. Signath Moore is under my protection. Why do you violate it?
Is this machine the source of the giant coral in Sayuka's harbor?
Indeed it is. The Engwithan's fine creation siphons essence from a vein of Adra deep within the earth, and the creatures of this region drink deeply of it. They grow strong, ruthless, and in so doing, worthy of my regard.
Oh, Kineticist was the DLC class. So before they added the DLC with the sisters, Kineticist didn't exist in the game? That's interesting, because Kineticist was absolutely fantastic. In fact, I'm going to be bringing the sisters along with me during my playthrough, specifically for that reason. I'm not going to just preoccupy. Oh, cool. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Boss Spades. Glad you're sticking around. Prepare for a hard boss. Interesting.
Should you want to gain my regard as well, you would destroy this place to protect my machine. Then none will have the means to threaten my work here as you have.
Isn't that counter to your philosophy of trial, Gallowayne?
Cleverness should hunt always beside strength, Hound of Aethys.
Why should I do as you ask?
Because I am your God Watcher, and I reward my loyal followers.
You're not my god.
You would do well to think twice before crossing me.
If you do activate that machine, prepare for a hard boss. I'm with it. Deactivate the machine.
No!
The god Gallowayne cries out, but he cannot stop you. You tear the control panel from the machine and toss the apparatus to the ground. Sparks fly, thick smoke billows, and the humming stutters to a stop. The machine's rings tumble to the floor.
This defiance will be your last.
Mm-hmm. The only god in Yaora who's a furry. Oh. He doesn't come out immediately? Okay. Well, I'm going to say is... And how do I get out of here? Oh, straightforward, straightforward. Oh. This is the stairs up. I assume I'm good now? I can go? Mm-hmm. At the entrance, the boss will be there. I got you. I assume it will come up. Ooh. Probably should have saved. Oh, well, I saved downstairs. So I'm... Ooh. Damn.
Forgive me, but this is the last time I follow you anywhere underwater.
Don't be a chump. It'll be fine. All right.
Trouble up ahead.
Ooh. All right. Huh. There we go. And now we go deal with you. And there's only one person, so we'll just split you apart. Why did it seem like that didn't do anything? Slandered cast disintegration. And a whole lot of nothing happens. Okay. How about detonate? Does that work? Slandered disintegration. Right. Wait, detonate. Slandered misses detonate. Well, this is not cool. There we go. Did that hit him? There we go. 93 damage. Okay, okay. So you know what? I'll give disintegration another try. Now that I think about it. Oh, girl, why aren't you using your stuff? Now he's back to regular. Okay, fine. Aleph, what are you doing, Aleph? What's the problem? Can you freeze, old boy? That didn't work. Let's get a phantom out. Help with the damage. There we go. Eder crits for 41 damage. I appreciate it. Take that, Galloway. Ooh, Mask of the Grotto Deep. Melee weapon attacks from stealth, inflict raw damage over time on target. +2 intellect, +1 power level for all poison keyword abilities. And a Kraken egg and some other things. Ha ha ha. Come on. Why are you hobbling like that? Slog zone cannot run. Oh, okay. Why are you holding yourself like that? What's the problem? Why is he holding his arm like that? What's that about? Oh, is this supposed to be... Oh, I didn't realize that you could visually look at them and tell when they have injuries. That's something I didn't notice before. So, quest updated, overgrowth. Let me just confirm. Return to the fleet master. Okay, I'm good. And still have to go through this. Oh, cool. It's much easier when you have not flooded everything. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Watch the tentacles grab you. I got through it. I got through it. Is that the Watcher outside Moria? I don't know what you're talking about. What are the best melee classes in Deadfire? They're all great. Monk is pretty awesome. Play monk or whatever the variant is in this game class because real heroes punch the monsters to death. I was just saying monk is pretty awesome, but honestly, Shodi, who you get as a party member, you can make her into a monk, and so you don't necessarily need to roll a monk yourself. 4 injuries and you're permanently dead. I didn't realize that. Oh, that's good to know. Beyond that, melee wise, Deadfire. I mean, like I said, they're all good. Monk is fantastic. It used to be unquestionably the highest damage dealing melee class, but they nerfed it. So it's not that anymore. Honestly, what you make Eder into, this, what's he called? A swashbuckler? I think the swashbuckler is what it's called when you combine the rogue and the fighter, which is pretty cool because you can take some of the rogue stuff, combine it with fighter, and part of that is riposte, which anytime an enemy misses your deflection stat, you'll automatically strike back. Really, really powerful as a tank. Phantom just said monk with rogue. I'm not sure how they go together well, but I'm sure it's awesome. So it sounds like anything melee with rogue will work.
I hope your effort to resolve the coral situation is meeting with success.
I dealt with the magical disturbance at the root of your coral problem.
You've brightened my day considerably. We should have the port in working order as soon as the remaining coral is cleared. Ah, before I forget, Atsura would like to see you at the Brass Citadel.
Okeo pauses, her hand outstretched like she meant to pull you aside, then reconsiders. With a shake of her head, she continues.
Though he appears placid on the surface, Atsura is not a patient man.
Farewell. Okay. Self-spade Strifer is great if you want to play a mix of melee and spells. Nice. It's not about damage, it's about bragging rights. Knuckle sandwich. Come your way, dragon scum. Absolutely fun way to play. Pretty sure we already went around the island, so we don't need to search anymore. Okay, so now we've got the Rautai quest done. Let me make sure. Did the Hawana have anything else they wanted me to look at? Okay, so we are supposed to go to Matare Okozi. Whoa. Seems like that's a long way off. Good Lord. Plague ship. What? On the horizon, a ship comes into view. Its sails furled, the ship lists upon the water. Plague ship, Kurgers cries out from the fore, finger jabbing skyward, indicating a green flag billowing lazily in the breeze on the ship's main mast. Beodor leans in close. We should be careful, Captain, or we'll catch whatever took hold of those poor souls. Still, Nia muses, there might be something worthwhile on board. The crew steals glances at you to catch a hint of how you're inclined to proceed. Maybe we can help. If we can't cure them, we could at least give them a merciful death. Even without a spyglass, you can espy a few living crew moving above deck. Use spyglass. You survey the deck of the ship. A few deckhands appear to be taking stock of some cargo. Pale to the last, they appear exhausted. Their clothes drenched in sweat. Does that mean they're sick? All right, pull alongside. We'll see what happened. The crew guides your ship next to the plague vessel. The deckhands and captain appear shocked and apprehensive. Helia's mercy, the captain blurts out, his voice raspy. I didn't think anyone would come to our aid. The deckhands stand tall, but their unsteady posture betrays the sickness that seems to have affected them all. Call forth the sickest sailor from your crew. We will bring them aboard, examine them, and provide suitable remedies. What? Toliak Longfrost cries out. No one else in the crew says anything loudly enough to decipher, but their mumbling suggests they're unhappy about bringing a sick crew member aboard. As the sailor shuffles from the plague ship to yours, your crew clears a broad path. Some make warding signs or muddy prayers to Remagan while the sick man passes. Why would you pray to that god of all gods? I can't thank you enough, the captain says. Without your help, who knows how long we would have been here. He offers you a small box. Take this, please. A token of my appreciation. Thank you. After a short period of examination, the sick sailor returns to his ship with enough remedies to treat the rest of their crew. Wary but hopeful, they wave goodbye as your ship continues on its way. Stone of Power. +1 intellect. That's not that much. As your mainsail goes up and you head onto open water, Nia lets out a raspy cough and looks around nervously. The rest of the crew grits their teeth and mutters curses. It appears the sickness has spread to your ship. And yet still, we did the right thing. And no injured party members. So, hey, we're good. Do we like the book storytelling stuff? I think it's obviously better if they did it in the game world instead. Pathfinder did some storybook stuff too. Pathfinder only did storybook stuff when you were opening into a new act, if I remember. And yeah, I feel like, you only have so much money to do things, so I understand why they did it. But I do agree that it'd be stronger if they just did it in the game. So, it is what it is. Oh, here's the observatory, but I'm still not ready for that yet. And what's going on, Godzilla? Glad you're able to make the stream. Ooh. Hey. It's telling you what happened instead of showing. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. Equipment isn't limited to clans. I'm joking aside. Fighter, Soul Blade, Cypher, and multi-class monks are my go-to. for 2 handling. Nice. As you make your way along the road, you notice the light dimming as if a shadow has fallen over you. You glance around, unsure of where it's coming from. The air feels thick, pregnant with unseen energy. The road ahead looks clear, but you've been deceived by appearances before. I don't detect anything resembling conventional Kith magic. I would advise caution. Aleph flutters his fingers over his grimoire, eyes scanning your surroundings. Investigate your surroundings. Yes, sir. A large stone stands just off the road, and your head swims as you approach it. Behind it, you locate an unusual collection of bones and sticks, a small wilder totem that glows balefully, its power disturbing the essence around it. Destroy the totem. With a few brutal strikes, you reduce the totem to a pathetic pile. The air immediately clears, the droning you heard before replaced with a nearby rustling. A large naga slithers forward, hissing, its tongue flickering between long fangs, a talon-tipped finger extending toward you. A few other nagas hiss in choral response, and the group approaches, their savage weapons at the ready. Storybook stuff is probably just a cost-saving measure, but at least they write it well, mostly. Yep, I agree. They're basically doing it to save costs, and so I agree that it's not as effective as actually showing what's happening, but I also understand that you got to be able to cut corners somewhere. Obsidian does not have an exhaustible amount of money, so I'll take it. It's okay. Speaking of monk, I was experimenting with monk with Eldritch Scoundrel at Wrath of the Righteous, and it's bananas. Really? That's interesting. Whoa, what is this? Lizard, negative 20% action speed. Oh, that's probably from Allah. And it's all over. Sweet redemption. Come on. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Ooh, we got some level ups out of that. Very nice. Very, very nice. Come on. Okay. Abandoned village. Search. And then what in the heck is over here? Winuro Clef. The jungle grows increasingly dense as you travel east. The shade provided by the canopy above does little to mitigate the heat. Moisture and the perpetual choir of insects thicken the air. The path rises to a sharp incline, and your legs ache as you ascend. Slowly, the jungle thins, and you find yourself atop a long ridge. Before you spawns a yawning chasm. It stretches from the mountains in the north towards the sea to the south, and you can't make out the bottom for the darkness. Curiously, a rope spans the divide. Take advantage of the view. From the top of the cliff, you can look back over the western expanse of the island. The Deadfire shimmers blue toward the horizon, the islands of Riku just visible to the south. You can even make out Normandy at anchor in the distance. It's as if the entire eastern side of the island was forced up out of the ground, or perhaps the western half sank into the sea. I love the dragon monk in the Wrath of the Righteous that uses charisma, but I wish it used charisma for all monk abilities and not just AC. Picking up the plane, proceed to destroy a settlement shrine and kill the inhabitants. Margaret nods in approval. Happy to help. Survival. Search the surrounding area. There's nothing overtly suspicious. Certainly no signs of traps. Recent footprints crowd the rocks the rope is anchored to, though. Kith and Ogre both. Several sets, it looks like. History, examine the rope. I suppose you know what this place is. With a shake of his head, Slandered says, no idea. Wait, what? Why can't, yeah, here. Okay, fine. Cross the rope. The rope creaks as you grab hold and shimmy onto it. You pull yourself across hand by hand until you hang suspended over the gorge. Your muscles tinge and your hands burn, and you've got further left to go than you've already crossed. Keep going. You continue across the gorge, your sweat dripping into the abyss below you. At last, you reach the safety of the far side. Beyond the canyon, the jungle opens up into a broad field interspersed with huge, fruit-dotted trees. The jungle continues towards the mountains to the north, but to the southeast, the Deadfire is visible above a sharp decline towards the shore. What draws your eyes, however, is the sight that rises before you. One of the trees, blackened and blistered by flame, hosts a number of Amua-sized corpses suspended by the neck. You see that, right, Watcher? If I'm not calling another nightmare. Am I? Shorty's eyes track from corpse to corpse, and a wince steals across her face. Hey, I'm not dreaming this, right? Look, if I wanted to see this kind of thing, I'd have stayed home. Eder, his mouth firm, diverts his attention to the ground nearby. Nearby movement and voices grab your attention. You see, of all people, 4 members of your crew standing around the base of the tree. We should bury them. It's what they'd want and what the gods demand, Aled growls. Sure, Nia answers, right after we finish going through their pockets. They don't have pockets, Arena says, strictly speaking. Doru frowns up at the tree. Is anyone else worried about who did this? It clearly wasn't Beast or Kith. You're suggesting an ogre wouldn't hang a bunch of corpses? Because these look like ogre prints to me. Eyes wide, Aled snaps to attention. Captain! What are you doing out here? Nia coughs. We were just out gathering supplies for Normandy, Captain, just as we always do when we're docked. The hand points at the tree, and these seem worth investigating. Those aren't supplies, they're corpses. Cut them down and give them a proper burial. How'd you even get out here, actually? Marina looks slightly flummoxed by the question. We're sailors, Captain. Climbing is part of the job. Besides, Nia chimes in, there was a rope. That line over the gorge wasn't yours then? No, Captain, Doru answers with a shake of the head. I doubt any of us own rope that doesn't belong to Normandy. I own a rope, Nia grumbles. It's 8 feet long and in fine condition, thank you. Those aren't supplies, they're corpses. Cut them down and give them a proper burial. Aled smiles and salutes. Of course, Captain, we'll see to it right away. They draw knives and make their way towards the tree. Maya rolls her eyes. Why? Pro-Wana. Really? Is pro-Wana to say if you see a bunch of Wana corpses swinging from trees, you shouldn't go through their pockets? That's kind of wild. Come on, girl. You could have a little bit more empathy. Are we back in Gilded Vale? I'm exploring right now. Wow, KK, that's really how you coming to the stream, bruh? That's really what you're doing? I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate it at all. A few minutes later, Doru approaches you. Excuse me, Captain. Thought you might want to see these. They look special. The sailor presents a pair of Wana shoes. They're a little sooty, but nothing no worse for wear. Wanna be wildin'. Empathy is for the weak. Come on now. You move towards the tree. Vultures perched among its branches peer down at you like judges presiding over a court. Perception. While the clothing these Amua wear resembles that of the Wana, they favor hides and leather over cloth and shell. Some were stabbed before they were hanged, bearing wounds consistent with daggers or swords. A few have had their throats slit. Few have burn marks. The tree was clearly burned before they were killed. Search for the presence of spirits. You see the spirits at the edge of your vision almost without trying. When you open yourself to their presence, they wash over you, a torrential rush of blistering pain and icy fear. The foreign kith jostle you with shoulder and elbow, prod you with blade and spear. Their armor, too heavy for the Deadfire, shines in the firelight as if they were virtuous. You spit. No, there's no virtue in these godless raiders. They killed the young druid. They broke the elder's staffs and stole the doctor's herbs. Now they burn Amira's tree. Will it ever again host every color known to God or kith against the perfect azure dome of the sky? You pray it will. You pray to Amira, to Ngati, to Rikuhu, Kahopa, and Tangaloa both, and to the faces of Tomiwa. Who is that, Tomiwa? worshipped primarily by a small subset of animists one native to the Deadfire, Tomowa, sometimes called the Faces of the Hunt, has generally been conflated with Gallowayne by travelers from outside the archipelago. There we go. What? Hey, Ember, trust me, she was okay with it, bro. She's okay. She's free now. She's free. The guy pretty much never does evil playthroughs. This is not usually a strong suit of assassins. This is true. This is true. I still prefer Hashishins. Well, usually I do good guy and evil roles, but I always have to be a good guy first when I play games. I can't let my first playthrough be evil. The vision ends abruptly, washing away like water over the side of the ship's deck. Want to put that lamp of yours to use, Shodi? With a solemn nod, the Darkstar raises her lantern. A harsh swing, then the light from inside bursts like a dying star as she reaps the spirit of the lost. Leave the tree and continue your journey. You cross the clearing, leaving the morbid tree behind, and re-enter the jungle. So is this collapsed mine supposed to be where the bad guys are? Let's go ahead and save here. Hopefully I don't find out that they're way beyond my level. In the distance, you spy a mine set into the side of a hill. Its entrance just barely peeking out from between the trees. Hike up to the mine. As you near the mine, a loud explosion rocks the ground. A flurry of terrified birds bursts from nearby trees, and a massive cloud of dust rockets out of the cave mouth. Interesting.
Anybody mind if I smoke?
For you, big brute. We only needed the one bear.
Wow.
One.
Maybe if you'd told me that before, we'd have a mind to go and loot.
You're the ass with the giant cannon. You should know how explosives work.
Friends, we have more than enough gunpowder to solve this problem.
Won't work.
Oh, now you know what to do with the black powder, sure.
Leave him be and grab a shovel, Achaia.
Take the shovel yourself. I'll keep the watch. Wasn't built for manual labor.
Don't you dare doze off like last time.
Okay, I could explode those. Or... well, that's one. Definitely looks like we should be high enough level for this. Yep, they didn't hear me. The twisted remains of the mine tracks glint deep in the darkness below.
Keep quiet.
I can do evil playthroughs when they're more gritty, hard ass. But so like Mass Effect 3, but sheer cruelty for cruelty's sake, I catch a heavy case of the field. You know, I wouldn't get as heavy into it until I had a channel. But with a channel, you know, most channels who do content for games, they always do the good guy role. And so I feel like it's a way that it's something that distinguishes my content. The fact that I'm willing to do the evil part and show people it and voice act it myself and really get into it. These furs are rank with the smell of mildew and unwashed bodies. Well, that's unfortunate.
Trouble up ahead.
See that, Ishi?
What's that cannon guy gonna do, I wonder? If he's gonna do what I think he's gonna do, we might have to reload.
It stopped working.
Here we go. There we are. What is this guy? Munrig. There we go. You're up next. Oh, if that's only going to get to one, then we might as well just disintegrate the crap out of you then. Lord Bailey? Who's Lord Bailey? And you. We'll detonate you, sir. In honor of us being in a mine and all. Oh, and I'm back to 0. Oh, well. Hey, you're done for, though. You should raid ships for loot and grind. Don't worry, this doesn't affect fact relations nor your companion relationships. Every time I come in front of a bounty, I've been killing them. But I don't feel the need to grind because I feel like as long as I stick with encounters that are at my level, I've been doing fine. But I would take a mining crew. It would take a mining crew at least a month to clear this cave in. But I want to crap, what was I saying? Oh, I do want to clear all the bounties here. So every time I come in contact with a ship that I feel like is for a bounty, I definitely make sure I go ahead and do it. Let me just check over here one more time. Yeah, okay, there's nothing here. Awaken, what's going on, man? Definitely good to be back. I'm glad you showcased your Swarm Evil playthrough, though. That final battle against your former teammates. That's awesome, Fred. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Ooh, look at that. Minor. Yeah, I really enjoyed that content. It felt like there are a lot of people who appreciated it. Ooh, slavers. Good Lord. That's not cool. Here we go. Back over to you. Okay, cool. He's not going to mess with us. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's this? What's this? No, nothing? Seriously? I don't want anything to do with you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay. What is this all about? She voiced Shody as well as one of those bandits. Oh, she voiced the bandits? That's awesome. That's Hungry Shoals. They said a new Wrath of Right DLC incoming. I'm honestly so excited for Shifter. Gonna get a Scald and Master Shapeshifter feat immediately. I saw that it came out, but I haven't really looked into it yet. I think I saw something about it's coming out in March. I'll probably do a video on it. So many buffs to natural attacks. Like, if they get the mechanics right, it could be awesome. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who would love to be able to transform into a griffin or whatever that was. But are the mechanics right? This is the question. Nia finds you on the main deck. The sailor presents a compass, expression utterly baffled. I think the damn thing's broken, Captain. Heima stares out at the sea. The shadow of Whale falls upon us, peering through us to pierce the depths. Nia blinks blankly at Heima. Creek points ahead. Reefs, Captain. Some ships cross them to save time. We can try it ourselves or we can go around. Nia sighs. With our instruments acting like this, I say we sail around this place, whatever it is, however long it takes. Emini groans. Hours? Days? Nothing's worse than waiting, Captain. Take us through it. We'll be ready for anything. Head bowed, Aled mutters quietly. In hiding, the obscured imparts revelations. Mayhap the god of secrets has marked this place for a reason. Take us through, Kreeth. Andra, protect us, Nia mutters, hanging the useless compass on a peg. Are shapeshifters like werewolves? Like more legit werewolves? Not lame druid shapeshifting? No, it's more like druid in this game. Ember major hex that gives extra. Just to turn parts of their body into different beast parts. It'd be cool if we turn to werewolves. Ooh, or maybe dragons, like goat legs. I mean, there's a spell that allows you to change it to a dragon, but I don't know what shifters works like. Hey, I don't think, does Druid let you become a werewolf? I know you get a party member who can become a werewolf, but I didn't know you could do that yourself in the class. Yeah, Griffin would be amazing. I wonder if you can ride the Griffin once he's changed into it. That would be really, really cool as well. Bubs, what's going on? How are you? As you sail above the reefs, a faint light shimmers in the depths. At first, the glow barely reaches the surface, but it gradually brightens, the source rising closer, something that looks like a submerged mountain peak. You recognize it as a vast shelf of luminous Adra. Soon, you are surrounded by dragging shoals of the stuff, reaching for your ship like grasping claws. Your crew goes quiet, tense, and transfixed. Peering overboard, Niema whispers, the eyes of the eyeless face. Just below the surface and surrounding your ship, you glimpse a host of eyes watching you. As they flicker, however, the eyes resolve into thousands of fish, their silver and blue flanks marked with black spots like pupils. It's a blessing, Aled says, but the others don't seem so sure. Steady now, nice and easy. The shoals crowd and close around you as Creep labors mightily to keep the ship between them. The shoals crowd. Oh, your helmsman deftly guides the ship between them. Along the way, you spot the remains of boats that were not so lucky. Ha! At last, the shoals and Adra recede behind you, and the eye-like fish give up their pursuit. Nia checks the compass, now pointing faithfully north, and breathes a sigh of relief. I'd be legit mad if I turned into a griffin and someone tried to ride me. Hey, you can be mad, but it doesn't stop the fact that who's going to refuse a griffin ride? Come on now. Go ahead and save here. I don't know what this spot is. Pillar's druid werebore form is the stuff of nightmares. Pillar's trying to let you change into wear whatever. Really? I didn't play around with druid. That's interesting. Now 2017, so really Outcat can spice it up. Yeah. But yeah, the ship will probably get all the wild shapes and will probably have a subclass that's like draconic in nature. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. You disembark on a calm beach. A thick tree line ahead separates you from the deeper jungle. You see evidence that another landing party arrived here. Booty tracks lead off into the jungle, though it doesn't look as if anyone returned this way. Survival, listen. The beach is conspicuously quiet, and it takes you a moment to realize what's missing. The chirp or warble of birds. Then you spot it. Subtle movement in the tree line. You're not alone. Show your empty hands. I know you're out there. Let's talk about this. Several Wana warriors, decorated with the face paint of the Wahaki, calmly emerge from the tree line. Olaf studies their painted faces and looks to you with a meaningful expression. A tall warrior separates out from the fold and pauses, giving you a severe look before approaching. Best have one hell of a treat for me afterwards. Look, if we defeated the enemies, that's all that matters.
Wrong place, outsider.
I've come to the right spot. The Wahaki warrior clutches his weapon and stares you down. Greetings.
I do not care which island you call home. This one belongs to the Wahaki. You cannot have business on Motari Okozi. Leave before I feed your bones to the jungle.
He makes a dismissive wave back toward your ship. Diplomacy, I come for knowledge and take nothing but memories.
This is no library, Outlander. Death herself has touched this jungle.
Something about your words causes his temper to even out.
It seems you intend on letting the island do our work for us.
He lowers his spear and sighs, gesturing for the others to do the same.
I thought my message to the Huana Prince was clear. He needs reminding that to trespass on the jungle ruin is a death sentence.
And Beta narrows his eyes at you. Why do you assume? No. Why do the Wahaki protect this island?
You did not come here to learn our history. And I do not share our secrets with outsider filth.
He sucks a bead of moisture from his upper lip, holding his unblinking attention on you. What is so dangerous about Matari Okozi?
We do not venture into the deeper jungle, but we know it for what it is. A place where nature has gone mad.
Take care, AA. Have a good one. Glad you're able to join the stream. He lets the silence drag on until the point has its deserving emphasis.
It is not for me to explain the tales of our people, but I warn you to keep your distance. Matare Okozi has claimed more lives than you would guess.
Noted. Back to my questions.
Your curiosity will only be getting you into trouble.
Have you heard of the painted mask? He frowns at you quizzically. The other warriors shake their heads.
Worth a try.
Olaf leans close and shrugs. I'm looking for a lost expedition and knowledge of the island Nkazo. He shares a guarded look with the other warriors. Something private, buried under layers of exchanged looks and understanding, passes between them.
You will find only bones and ruin, blighted with decay, and worse. The deeper jungle is fouled. Nature is wrong here, and your very presence makes her drool with hunger.
Her? And Beta holds his silence, but his stare is full of warning. So can I leave now? Actually, why do you assume the prince sent me?
Explorers from Nekataka landed here. You must know by now they did not return. It is no wonder the prince sent a second group to find the first. He cares more about riches and plunder than the lives of his servants.
You were the one who sent the prince that bloodied cloth, weren't you?
Akira, the island is closed to outsiders. All who set foot here are doomed to perish. The prince sent explorers into the maw of this island. Their drained corpses and bloodied clothes were all they left behind. If Aruihi intends on repeating his mistakes, I am thinking he will not stand for long against the foreigners. To the depths with him, then.
And Beta spits on the sand.
A prince of Nekataka should put the wishes of his people over his ambition.
So, can I leave now?
You have done nothing to earn the trust of the Wahaki. I cannot look into the eyes of my chieftain and explain to her why I let you go into the jungle.
Akira is yes. His eyes narrow, his grip on his weapon tightening.
Better for us both if I killed you now. We will give your body to the sea with all the rights that a worthy foe deserves. An outsider can expect no greater honor.
I can't convince him otherwise? Wow. And Beta nods to himself as he comes to terms with this simple inevitability. I suppose this is the end of our negotiations then. Damn.
You should thank me for sparing you a death at the hands of the jungle.
Beta signals his warriors and attacks. Mythical Rain, what's going on? Hey, Slandered, great to see more Pillars of Eternity too. Have I missed much since you were last in Nekataka? I went to an island for the Rautai. They had this underwater place that was giving them trouble. I dealt with that. And now we're on the way to Matare to handle the Wana's quest. And then once I get through with that, I'll be headed back to turn both in. So, not too much. Kind of upset I couldn't negotiate with these guys. Seems like that should have been an option. Ooh, Edda knocked him down immediately. Let him know right up front, bro, this ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go. We ain't built for that. This ain't an airport, not a damn thing's flying. Let's go. I'm with it. Absolutely with it. Wolfhard, what's going on, man? I hope your video went well. Did you get it done? You stick with your contracts, man? I'll be glad when I start getting promotional contracts that I gotta abide by. Sweet. Yeah, Mythical Rain, you're all good. All right. Anything else we're supposed to... Why are we slow? Fast, 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 fast. There we go. Thank you. Yep, we're all good. Adder him, and with that 1-2, man! Adder was like, let's make things clear right from the beginning. So we'll call it ambulance, but not for me. I like that in him. Oh, I got to go get that shipwreck. Okay, cool. And what's over here? Oh, burial site. Would you say Pillars on normal difficulty is easier than Pathfinder? 10 times easier than Pathfinder. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, as long as you stick to enemies that are actually at your level and you are sure to, level up all of your party members and keep them equipped, it's not a problem at all. It's not a problem at all. It's 10 times easier. Is that Joshua Graham voice actor on and better? I recognize the epic voice anywhere. I don't know who Joshua Graham is, but I definitely agree that the voice acting is epic. Mythical Rain, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you becoming a member. Glad you've been really enjoying the content in the streams. Oh, I remember this place. I remember this freaking place. This is where those corrupted daughters are, right?
Help! Please! Blanca! Help me!
She even looks like she's crying in the photo. Thorn-covered vines encircle this Valian woman, constricting around her in a deadly embrace. Okay, that's what I expected. Damn, enemies resistance in Pathfinder. Yeah, Pathfinder's on a whole different scale and level. As long as you're playing on normal. Like, there's a Path of the Damned rating, and obviously you're going to have a much tougher experience if you do that, but on regular normal, Pillars of Eternity is a nice, smooth ride. That's what I'm doing right now. Even Path of the Damned is chill in Pillars once you have at least played through on normal. Right, so even the hardest level, like, if you already know what you're getting into, it's not that big of a deal. My server just hit level 7. Silent Scream is so nasty. Hey, Katie, Kelly, and Pathfinder. I have not gotten that encounter yet, but I've heard about it. That is voiced by Mike Haley. Don't really know who he is. I don't know either, Godzilla. I haven't ever heard of that one. Her speech gets cut short as one of the vines about her midsection tightens its hold, nearly forcing the breath from her lungs. Gritting her teeth, she braces against the vines and fights to steal back some breathing room.
Stinking weed!
She regards you with tired, bloodshot eyes. Let's see if we can do something about those vines. As you resolve to deal with the vine once and for all, the spine of thicket green begins to glow with pale, calming light. We've been hanging on to this damn thing this whole game. It's actually annoying that there's nothing in the game that really tells you how amazing that staff is for this section, but I played through the game before, and somehow I think I found out about it, and I had to go back and buy it and then bring it here, and this time I've had it in my inventory the whole time, and we're going to be good.
Thank you. Only I don't know how we're going to manage it.
She strains at the tangled mass of vegetation. If I pull the larger vines away, could you squirm out of there?
Maybe. This vine is squeezing me hard enough to make a chore of it. But I am needing all the help I can get.
She offers you an encouraging nod. Pull at the vines with your hands.
Madiko! The damn thing is getting tighter.
Baltia winces and grits her teeth with determination.
I hope that you have a strong grip, Frero, or this could end poorly for me.
Might'd. Stronger than you might guess, Sere. Let's do this. What is Sere? A Valiant term for sister, and this is friend, right? A Valiant term for brother. There we go. You brace yourself and grab hold of the thickest vine, careful to avoid the worst of the thorns. Every single person just about is voicing this game, KK, is actually pretty awesome, especially after playing Pathfinder for so long. Going into a game now where all the characters have a proper voice is really, really cool. The production values on this game in comparison to Pillars of Eternity 1, woo, way up, way up. You grip on the vine, remain steadfast. As you tear and wrench away at it, something in the limb of the plant flexes like a muscle of its own. And time relents, relaxing its hold on the Valiant explorer. Suddenly, you feel a crawling sensation in the back of your head.
Fiend, remove yourself from our domain.
The disembodied voice batters your mind like a hailstorm before swiftly departing.
I think that did it. Agrasima.
Yeah, even the god's voice is awesome. She struggles to her feet with a pained groan, massaging aches all over her body.
Our ship landed on the other side of the island, but I am the last of the crew, and I cannot sail her alone. May I join your voyage? I do not care where we make port, as long as it is far from here.
What happened to you?
Director Castel sent us. We were shadowing a Juana expedition, trying to figure out what they were after.
Her gaze wanders toward the outer limits of the visible ruin.
Corpses, all of them. But we couldn't turn our backs on the mission, so we went deeper into the jungle.
Big Papa Aethys probably has the best voice. No, are you kidding me? Rimmergan. Rimmergan has the best voice. Oh man, it's so creepy. What did you find?
North of here, there is a golden disc. Big, heavy thing. One of my mates took a piece of it. Everything went wrong after that.
The ab move.
Something took us while we rested. Oh gods. I woke up and there was a flower growing out of my Casita's mouth. I started pulling weeds out from between his teeth. Then I got hit from behind and woke up here.
Yeah, the bull. The Arok, to be more specific. How has this place already claimed 2 expeditions? Remember the game? Yes, yes. They even changed his voice from the first one to make it more creepy and memorable. Amazing. Aethys' voice actor is one of the critical role people. Ah, makes sense.
There is something guiding the creatures here. A woman, I think. She gets under your skin.
Baltia raises a shaking hand to her temple.
I only caught a glimpse of her in passing. Huge. And her daughters are none too fond of outsiders.
You mentioned something about a golden disc.
We didn't learn much. It was already missing a piece by the time we got here. The most I saw were a bunch of Juana's scribblings. I wager it was what the other expedition came to find. Not that their luck was any better than ours.
I heard something in my head while I was setting you free.
That is the rotted queen, the matriarch of this blighted ruin.
Baltia aims a fearful look off into the jungle.
She has jabbered in my head since I got caught. The trees, the vines, this nightmare. Matiko, it's all of her making.
Anton, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Yeah, the gold or the backer NPCs, that's the one thing I forgot to mention in my review that I wish I would have added. Those, they definitely, every single time you talk to them, it pulled you out of the game. Like, I understand you want to reward people who supported you in Kickstarter, but that was not the way to do it. And I'm definitely glad they didn't do it for the second one. What do you suggest I do about this rotted queen?
Kill her. If ever this jungle had a shred of beauty, she wraps her claws around its throat and chokes the life out of it. You can't bargain with a creature like that. I don't care what anyone says.
Accept our offer. Welcome to the crew. I'll see you on the ship.
Ak Casita. I will see you on board.
Snapping to a sharp salute, Baltia manages a pained but genuine grin.
If I was mad enough to tarry a moment longer, I would walk with a quiet step.
Why is that?
The Bugra who guard this jungle get edgy whenever anyone steps near their trees.
She nods, flashing you a respectful salute. In dialogue. All right.
Times I told Kana to eat his vegetables.
Ah.
Better part of valor.
All right. I remember this. You got to... Ooh, 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 ooh.
Comes to muddy the light.
You got to wait, right? And make sure you don't encounter them before you hit the tree. Then you hit the tree. This tree exudes a stench of rot and corruption. Though the vines and sharp leaves twisting about the trunk appear lively enough, this is no life of nature's design. This isle is ours. Take your filthy mortal paws away from our sanctuary. With a sound like talons clawing across the wood, the voice pulls away from your mind. Study the tree. See if it is beyond healing. The bark bulges with rancid sap. Life endures somewhere in the heart of this tree, but time and corruption have twisted it to a nearly unrecognizable form. The bark someone with a connection to nature could reverse the damage. Leave. Okay. I think the problem is that you have to actually hold the thingamajig. There we go. So we'll do that, and then we'll give him it. And then what happens when you click it? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Continue. Haha, something in your pack jerks and twitches. It's a spine of thicket green. The wood pulses with ghostly white light, trembling slightly as you stand near the tree. Pick up the staff. What? the staff twisting your hands like a living limb, wrenching itself in the direction of the blighted tree. It seems eager to plunge into the rivulets of dark sap. Healing magic is kindled in the old wood. Use the spine of thicket green to heal the tree's corruption. You hold out one end of the staff, the wood vibrating with anticipation. Thick tendrils reach out from the heart of the blighted tree and grasp the offered limb, curious and hungry. The thorny vines retreat into the earth. From the heart of the tree, a gurgle precedes the expulsion of dark, bilious water at your feet. Starved of corruption, the tree seems greener and more lively already. Suddenly, you feel a crawling sensation in the back of your head. What are you that trespasses on our home? You will leave it once or face the consequences. The unwelcome presence in your mind pulls away with a rustling of leaves. Some were well written, some were just wacky. Yeah, some of them were well written, but it obviously didn't fit into the game world, and so it was really really weird. I remember this one. So on my first playthrough, I was a druid, nature godlike, and it was pretty much a breeze. I even tamed the forest. That's nice. I never played druid, so I always needed the staff. And honestly, I'm not the hugest fan of Takehu, so usually I don't have Takehu in my party either.
Usual.
Awesome.
I don't feel so sick anymore. It's been so long since I felt well.
The Delamgon blinks at you.
Mother, she will be in a fury if she catches you. Better that you leave now and never return.
What can you tell me about this island?
When Kith angered the gods, a blight spread across their lands. Mother thought only of our survival. Fire, ash, and waves as high as the moon battered the Deadfire. Mother twisted us so that we could endure. We have cared for the grove ever since, after a fashion.
I think I've met your mother already, in my head.
Then she must despise you, as she does all outsiders. We have been alone for so long. She does not recall the meaning of company.
She winces, the edges around her eyes crinkling with regret.
Do not provoke her. It can only mean your doom.
I'm looking for evidence of lost Ukaizo. Can you tell me anything about it?
Ukaizo. The city that fell to the wrath of the gods? The city of degenerates who brought ruin to the Deadfire? As far as I know, it's slipped under the waves and we are better rid of it.
How did you become this way?
Mother convinced us it was the right thing. That was so long ago. Our hearts soured to everything outside of this place. I do not wish to remember.
An expedition came through here looking for evidence of Ukaizo.
Were they the ones who we... Oh, God.
She covers her mouth and retches.
I did not ask them why they came when I hurt them.
Try not to cause any trouble while I'm around. Farewell.
I promise to try. I can at least calm some of Mother's allies.
She closes her eyes and concentrates. The jungle grows more serene around you.
Our mother is ill. Perhaps even beyond healing, I know not. But you must stop her. My sisters and I, we can help you in the struggle to come. Lend the others your healing hand.
Wolfheart, yeah, they some of them have you do have wild shape abilities, and then you get party members that have shapes that I think you can't transform into even if you pick a druid. So in the first game, you got a party member that was essentially like a werewolf, but I think he was like a more powerful version of werewolf that you couldn't do. And then in this game, you could get a party member that transforms into a hammerhead shark, which is just bananas to see on the field. That is so awesome. All right, one down. I think there's 3 of those daughters. All right, so these guys are going to be cool. Excellent. Trying to decide on whether to go Cypher Druid or Cypher Chanter for Deadfire. Cypher Druid means I can ditch the KO, which is tempting. Cypher Druid or Cypher Chanter. I love Chanters, and I've never done a full playthrough as a Chanter, so I'm actually really curious how Cypher Chanter works out. Druid has great interaction with the world. So does Cypher. Yeah, Pillars of Eternity 1, I really felt like Cyphers were the best ones to best class to be as far as interaction with the world. I think in this one I'm gonna lean closer to Priest, depending upon what deity you pick. Elementary druids turn into elemental creatures. They also attack real fast. Stelgar. All right. Stelgar is the shape that your party member can take that you can't take. Should have been a druid shape for player characters. Deadfire. Mm-hmm. The fragment of soul vibrates with a sense of deep worry and hesitation. As you draw closer, it drifts towards you with a sense of blind urgency. Read the soul. You pant with exertion as you flee, clutching an ornate golden ring in both hands. The hip-deep water slows your frenzied escape, but you persist with some tattered memory of hope. A pained shriek rings out from the jungle. You turn back, distracted, and manage to run headlong into a towering form. The creature swivels her attention down at you. She plucks you up with a bony talon as she would a doll. Through the haze of disorientation, you make out her pitied face and milk-white eyes. Cackling, she snatches the golden ring and hangs it on the branch of a tall, gnarled tree. She tells you of the awful fate you'll suffer, feeding her grove, watering her children, but she makes it all sound like an honor. You wish you could believe her. The vision disperses in a cloud of pain and confusion. Swinging her lantern softly, Shodi lures the soul into its depths. All right. Rough. It's rough, ready to go, Playboy. And okay, looks like we got maybe a quarter of this done already. Good and no tree there, so I'm gonna hope. Yeah. None of the sisters there. Bap. Whoa, you hit Shodi like a truck. I don't appreciate that. Bam. As long as we got everything's gonna be okay. Uh-oh. I just realized Aloft is way too close. Let's back you up a bit, sir. There we go. Bam. Still gone. Like favorite race. Well, I always like playing as Amua, but that's because I know I'm going to play Deadfire, and so to me, playing as an Amua with the Deadfire archipelago background just kind of makes sense for the storyline overall. But if I wasn't going to play as them, no, I think I like them the best. I think I like them best, especially since might handles damage whether you're ranged or melee, and they get a might increase. I really like that. The inscription reads, "It is the charge of all living things to safeguard Adra. The gods will know us by our fealty to this covenant." Oh, you know what? Actually, though, godlike. Godlike is the race where I've never done a godlike playthrough, but I've always been really curious about it. I always end up skipping over godlike because I like playing. Oh, you could talk to that sporling. Okay. The Ooh, wait a minute. The Rotted Lady. That's the main tree. Okay, we do not want to do that yet, so we're going to head back. The inscription reads, "And God he gifted a chosen people with dominion over water." We will circle back over there. It's funny how no one is racist towards regular humans. They're not. Most people aren't flat out racist towards them, but there are some groups who don't particularly care for them. Kit, what's going on? How are you? Greetings, brothers, sisters, and other siblings of choice. How are you doing? Hope things are going well. Let me click on it. What's the problem? Why can't I click on it? Let me go over here. Here we go. The lingering soul drifts in a lazy, hypnotic fashion. It does not seem to know or care that its life has been extinguished. Oil is my preferred for sure. The special moments are all either really fun or really interesting. I find a lot of Deadfire Amua ones to be kind of boring, even though there are a ton of them. There's probably a good case for that. Like, there's a lot of reactivity to you being an Amua, but I didn't consider it to be particularly impactful. So I've never played the game as an Orlin, but I could definitely see how maybe playing as them would make the game more impactful for you, especially since a lot of other races are racist towards Orlins. It probably gets a lot of people riled up seeing you. That golden wheel weighed as much as Aothos' thumb, but you weren't leaving without a souvenir, something to put a smile on Director Cousteau's face. Then your boots crunched a soft femur in half, and you remembered, wasn't this island supposed to be abandoned? Maybe you didn't beat the Wana expedition in getting here. Suddenly, the gold felt like dead weight. You rolled it into a cave for safekeeping. You didn't make it 10 paces toward the beach before something big, all crooked limbs and fetid breath, plucked you off your feet. When she squeezed you like a dish rag over a patch of thirsty vines, you bled out so fast that you forgot to scream. Shodi thrust out her lantern and the light inside flares as another soul is harvested. Rough. Ooh, we almost got everybody ready for a level up. Isn't that nice? Got a newish car, but it cost a bit more than I expected. Nice car, though. Was my aunt's and she barely drove it. Nice. Wait, so wasn't that the daughter I'm looking for? Save here. Feel like the tree is probably somewhere around here. There's the tree. But I need to find a clear path to it.
The shadow comes to muddy the light.
What the hell? How am I supposed to get to it? All right, save here. Oh, wait. No. Not you. Does this attract the sister? That's my question. If it attracts the sister, we got to restart. But if it doesn't, yeah, it attracts her. God dog it. Okay, so they've got to have enough stealth to get past it. Yo, Wolf, what's up?
The shadow comes to muddy the light.
Nice. So what kind of car is it, kid? No fear so far. You say I would have liked a more variety God likes for us to play as. Got you. Yeah, went Wolf, Orlin, Valiant Slave. True underdog story. Nice. Do you have enough stealth to get in here before?
We're not alone.
Oh my God. No, you don't. So do I have to go around? I don't know how to do it. How do I get to... Oh, maybe I go up high first, then come all the way around. Maybe if I take the angle around, that'll let me do it. Let's see.
I'll handle this.
The inscription reads, though we leap between isles, home is believed Ukazo. That island right above. Yeah. It's a place we don't want to go yet. I'm so confused right now. Ooh, orphan cat. Okay. So we're here. Oh, okay.
Whoa, look.
All right.
I'm here.
Yep. Wait till she leaves.
I shall. Foes ahead. You might find this interesting.
Come on. There we go. Very, very nice. We could play a scan god like I would windmill slam that in a heartbeat. This is true. A scan god like would be amazing for an evil playthrough. Oh, Valiant Dissident Orlin was mine. Scan the incel god. I'm playing a priest of scan. And what? Nice. 2012 Chevy Cruze. Great shape. Only problem is I'm now used to a manual transmission, and this is an automatic, and I keep reaching for the stick shift. Nice. 10U. Same deal, right? Spine and thicket. Reach out. One. Yep. More lively. Yep. We see you in there, watcher. Urgent, hateful whisperings echo in your head. Stop what you're complaining. I'm just bringing your daughters back. It's also the guy on the losing side.
My skin burns. The rot is withering off. A new life springs from beneath.
You will have his blessings as long as you are losing. Once you start winning, he leaves. 2012. and less than 37,000 miles on it. Ooh, that's nice. That's a steal. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're happy with it, man. The Delamgan rubs her arms, regarding you with an uncertain look.
Mother, I must tell Mother. It may not be too late to heal the grove.
What happened in this place?
This was a grove, home to temples and fruitful trees. Once.
She glances around the swamp, sighing.
Then ruin came to the islands. It started in distant Ukaizo, spreading fire and ash with such force that my sisters doubted that any sprout would remain. Mother acted in terrible haste. She bade us twist ourselves, hardening our hearts against those who sought shelter, who we thought enemies of nature. We have been this way for too long. Far too long.
She looks away in shame and hurt. You spoke of Ukazo. Do you know where it is?
The golden disc in the center of the ruin. Have you not seen it already?
She glances off toward the jungle.
The ancient ones used it in times of crisis to orient their path home. It may give you the bearing you seek.
Is your mother the one shouting in my thoughts?
Does she whisper to you as well? Then she must hate and fear you in equal measure.
Delamgan looks you up and down, nodding to herself.
You bring change, outsider, fair or foul. This is the one thing she cannot tolerate.
How did you become this way?
Our mother, the rotted one. She blighted herself to fight against the cataclysm that rent the Deadfire. Those of us who sprouted from her seed, who shared her soil, followed soon after.
An expedition came through here looking for evidence of Ukazo.
Then they are surely dead. But what they sought is still within your grasp. Our mother hoards relics from ages past. She may have what you seek.
I think you'll feel better soon. Farewell.
I'll see to it that my pets trouble you no more.
She swivels her head to regard the wilderness around her. Vines go limp, and you hear the sound of animals scurrying away.
I sense that more of us have been healed, awakened from our tormented slumber. Good. We can help you in the struggle to come.
Awesome. All right. And hey, goodies.
I'll see what I can find.
No need for sneaking around anymore, I believe. Let's go here. Pick up this plant thingamajig. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. There we go. The inscription reads, "A harvest of Koiki blooms without toil. The fruit of the dead sustains the living." All right, we've been through around all here. We'll go. Oh, there's one last tree over here. Excellent. So we'll come this way. How did I miss that? Very odd. Very, very odd, but we will deal with it now. I knew there were three sisters. I was like, oh, maybe I was imagining it, but I was not. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Do we have... Ooh. There she goes.
Yes?
And there she goes.
I wonder what this is.
Excellent. Use our garden will heal over any wounds you inflict, outsider. We have endured the long, festering winter. We can outlast you. Use the staff. Leave this island while you can. You are unwelcome. With a sound of dry wood splintering, the voice pulls back from your thoughts. Bam! You're all good.
No. I was strong.
What?
I was so very hungry, but pleased. Yes.
The Delamgan glares at you.
Mother will destroy you, outsider. There is a seed of pain inside all living things, and she will make it sprout in you. Count on it. If you think you are helping us, I beg you to reconsider. The day we twisted our roots was the day we learned to defend ourselves.
I take it this island has fallen on hard times.
We have known hard times ever since the island-hopping Kith invited the ire of the gods.
She grits her teeth with a sound of dry wood.
Mother twisted us, instructed us to harden ourselves against intruders. Over time, the grove learned to defend itself from the likes of you.
Your mother sounds none too accommodating, if her voice in my head is any indication.
She will tear you into pieces and pull me back into her communion when she is done.
The Delamgon narrows her eyes.
I can't decide if I hate or relish the prospect.
I'm looking for a route to Ukaizo. Ever heard of it?
You seek Ukaizo.
She crosses her arms, a wry smile playing on her youthful features. You know, Remingard has godlike. Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to play as one. Like the idea of playing as this creature who's trying to bring about the end of all things and worships the end of all things. I can't do it. It's just too much. It's just too much. Mind you, probably won't be too much when Rogue Hammer Rogue Trader comes out. I'll have no problems worshiping the end of everything then. But in Pillars, it just doesn't work for me.
I suppose you've corrupted all of your own islands, and now you must trample on the ones which time forgot. No, I am pleased to say that I do not know the location of haunted Ukaizo. Even if I did, I would die 1,000 times before giving you the satisfaction of an answer.
How did you become this way?
Mother called on us to knot our hearts, to grow strong, and fight those who so callously rent apart the Deadfire. The others hesitated, but I followed her with a daughter's joy and devotion.
An expedition came through here looking for evidence of Ukaizo.
We drank their fetid water. I let it spill onto the roots of my tree, and felt their life feed the island.
She sighs, her shoulder drooping. No problem, Kit. Hope everything's okay with your phone.
That isn't what you wanted to hear, and I delight in the telling of it.
I'm sensing that I should leave. Farewell.
Mother will know what you've done. My pets and I will leave you to her.
She aims a hard, authoritative glare to the surrounding jungle, which grows quiet around you both.
You've touched one of our trees before, I see. My sisters will no doubt be more grateful than I. Heal us and we'll consider your cause.
Gene Stealer. Interesting. Hey, another Swarm playthrough sounds good to me. Lay out the gimmick mode crusade for Rogue. Well, I hate to break it to you, but there's ship combat in there. We don't know what it's really like yet, though. We'll know more when it's in beta. All right. Maya is still not completely... Whoa. Well, oh, that's right.
Nice and quiet.
What are y'all doing? Stop. There we go. That's first of all. Second of all, this.
Just the thing. It's done.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now that we've done that, in fact, let's do a hard save. Well, better get ready for that new companion. Gonna be your third godlike. I'm looking forward to it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Trespasser.
It won't let me do it.
Defiler.
A stench of rot hovers over the Minquagra. She points a crooked, wand-like finger at you and advances.
Mother, listen to this one. He healed me. My tree.
The Delamgon holds out her arms to the Minquagra. They got a definition for it? The corrupted form of Adragon, a nature spirit that safeguards an Adra pillar. Minquagra are the result of blight or otherwise desecration of their ancient vigil.
This one can aid us, Mother. Sorrow and corruption stole away our senses, and we must learn to live anew.
Wolfheart, take care, man. Have a good night. Glad your video went well. Looking forward to watching it, dude. Beta is the first year after release, right? I can't. No. We're going to hope that Rogue Trader has a better launch than some other titles, and then it'll be all good. So my thinking is beta for Rogue Trader should actually be coming out really soon. Like they said, they're going to stick with the time frame of the Wrath of the Righteous release, which would mean the beta comes out in February and the game releases in September. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm not EST. Plus, I'm just a night owl in general. I love being awake at night, to be honest with you.
My tree is scoured clean. Your roots are still tangled. There is power in him.
She nods to you grudgingly.
No! He has twisted you against us. After we have drained his water, we will show you how to mother this island properly.
Or am I? Nice. Now let me. No, I'm not older than you yet. I'm 38. Who are you referencing? Wolf is 50. I see. This is a Wolf Stream joke. Are you responsible for this blight?
We do not speak to the fertilizer.
She halts her step to regard you with an affronted snarl.
You are nothing but water to feed our young, soil to birth our seed.
This voice, I'm pretty sure, is the same one that's used for Wodaka. Speaking of which, we need to talk to Wodaka. The book popped up and let us know she has more to say. She extends both her arms and shrieks a high-pitched call. Vines uncoil from the ground beneath your feet, intense with hungry anticipation. I didn't come here looking for a fight.
He speaks true, Mother. I do not doubt him, Mother.
He didn't kill me, and that's saying something.
The Delimgan crosses her arms and nods.
You are too trusting, child.
She nods her eyes on the Delimgan before gesturing you to speak with an open claw. What are you?
We are the life of this isle and the guardian of its Adra.
She glances toward the outcropping of ruined minerals sprouting from the ground.
When death spread wide her arms to embrace the Deadfire, we twisted ourselves and stood tall against her. When the Kith who angered the gods sought refuge, we nursed our young on their remains. And we do not suffer their blight to enter our garden.
She peels her lips back and exhales a dry breath. I'm only here to find evidence of lost Ukaizo.
The comings and goings of Kith halted long before you first drew breath.
She flares her nostrils, taking in your scent.
You are millennia too late. Ukaizo is gone to the likes of you.
Your lands are blighted and your mind as well. Is it possible to heal you?
You are blind to the harmony of our grove, Outlander. We are perfection. You are the only infestation here.
A black beetle crawls from her leering jaws and into the tangled mass of her hair. Diplomacy. You forget yourself. There's a wrongness on this island, and it deserves to be set right. She bares her teeth and takes a combative step closer. Her foot sinks into the mud, and she pries it up with a wet, sucking sound. She blinks down at the rotted earth.
We look out on our garden and see green, bounty, life. The oldest cycle made healthy after the blight of Ukaizo's fall. Is this not so?
Thanks, Jake. Glad you've been enjoying the Pathfinder content, man. Have a good night. She squints, taking in her surroundings without knowing where to settle her gaze. Perhaps once, not any longer. She snarls, drawing her hand across her mouth and wiping a line of sap away.
This brackish water. I have rooted here for centuries, and I recognize nothing.
Her spindly arms fall to her side with the sound of splintering wood.
The grove does not die. No, it lives in death.
This staff can heal you if you let me try. She closes her talons in a beckoning gesture, narrowing her eyes as you approach. Fury, what's going on, man? I'm glad you're able to catch the stream as well. This corrupted tree bows crookedly under its own weight. Every limb drips with thick, putrid sap. Its vines have entangled the tip of an Andra pillar and seem to be infesting it with the same rot that permeates the surrounding jungle. Investigate the corruption closer. You shift aside leaves and vines, poking your fingers into an ooze-filled knothole. The sap running down the bark is both hot and uncommonly sticky. Down in its core, the tree is still green and alive. It won't be long before the whole organism becomes a ravening parasite, but it seems aware enough to slow that inevitable decline. Use the spine of thicket green to heal the tree's corruption. The bark and branches recoil as you advance, sinking the tip of the staff into an encrusted tumor of corrupted sap. You hear a sound like a rock splitting in half. Dark sap oozes from the cracks between the bark, sizzling when it touches the ground. A creaking of wood follows a vibrant color slowly eases up the roots of the healthy tree. Look at that, all better. Then Pragra turns to you and blinks with surprise, her vision sharper and more focused than before.
That thing I was, she is no more. But I carry enough of her to know the meaning of gratitude. Thank you.
She nods. Something about those lines just don't sound right. Yeah, you came in at the wrong time.
I collected a small hoard of trinkets from visitors. We have no need of these trophies.
She gestures to the hollow of her tree, squinting at the bark as she struggles to recognize the surroundings. What will you do now?
This grove rotted a blink of an eye ago, by Aeora's reckoning. I will grow and replenish what we lost.
She sighs, surveying the jungle and taking in the enormity of her task.
Taming it will be a chore, but there is time.
She nods. Farewell.
For healing my daughters, for restoring my mind, I name you a friend of the grove.
Leaning down, she touches a thumb to your forehead and closes her eyes. You feel momentarily lightheaded, but the sensation is over as swiftly as it began. What did you do?
You have been touched by nature's mark. Wear it with pride.
She smiles and inclines her head, saying nothing more, in dialogue. Ooh, and we're all leveled up now. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right. We don't get to do the whole... Ooh, Narian Shield. That's interesting. We don't get to do the whole track Eothas through the Adra thing because he didn't come through this way.
Hey.
But still worth doing.
Don't see why not.
I really enjoyed that quest. Okay, that's done. That's done. And now, let's find out about Ukazo.
This is a whole lot fancier than what we've seen. Who do you suppose lived here? And when?
I don't know. This soul flits about in hasty panic burst. It eases closer to you with anticipation. Read the soul. They laughed at your hours studying the runic script of the ancient Wana, but here you are poring over gold inscriptions while they scratch their heads. You promise yourself a good boast on the journey back to Nekataka. No one believes the Wana could have forged a device like the Golden Wheel, but you stay silent on the matter. The Ingwithans built more for function than beauty, and this is art. Rotating the control disc and pressing panels had you so engrossed that you mistakenly entered the wrong combination. A slit opened in the disc, discharging a gas that brought you to your knees, coughing loud enough to summon a creature whose beast you could barely perceive through the haze of pain. Boasting would have to wait. Emitting a palpable feeling of relief, the essence drifts into Shodi's lantern. Interesting. All right, let's see if we got the pieces. The massive golden disc is covered with intricate engravings and inscriptions. You're able to pick out symbols and representing plants, wildlife, and boats, but there's no discernible order or meaning to their configuration. The note that the vacant depression in the control panel matches the engraving rings you found in the ruins. Studying the engravings, look for a pattern. You can vaguely see how different points of the engraving seem to match up, forming a coherent shape in spite of being situated on opposing sides of the carving. Read the main inscription. To all wayward kin far from family shores, let this chart point the way home, that your tribe may welcome you open-armed. Engravings remember what the dead forget. Take comfort in this sanctuary, read its teachings, and let knowledge guide the hand that turns the wheels. Slide the rings you possess could easily be set around the inner axis of the control panel. Slide the golden wheels onto the control panel. The rings settle into place, fitting neatly around their central axis. The outer ring is inscribed with passages in the Owana runic language. The rings settle into four symbols decorate the inner wheel. They show pillars of luminous Adra, the native Kawiki fruit, a depiction of the Wana water-shaping art, and a lovingly engraved island. The way these inscriptions align suggests a relationship between the two. Something about the island catches your attention. The runes surrounding it are particularly elaborate, and every measurement uses it as a point of origin. It's Ukaizo. A set of dots on the inscribed panel of the outer ring suggests that it should be rotated in a sequence, starting from 1 and ending in 4. Rotate the wheel into the first configuration. The first inscription reads, "Though their roots grow from Rikuhu's lightless boughs, their yield is a welcome reprieve." The inner ring can be turned to match a symbol to the inscription. I don't remember this crap. The most compelling villain I've ever experienced in a game. Who's somebody that I love to hate? The Elusive Man is definitely top 3 for me. I'm just trying to think if there's anybody I could think of who I would put over and above him. Yeah, because I didn't feel strongly about Saren. And while the Reapers were really cool, they weren't as well defined as the Elusive Man. Witcher villains were always kind of weak. Like, it was the small bit pieces that really pulled you in, but the main villains weren't really all that great. Oh, wait. But except the Crazy King in Witcher 3. The one who's like, he's squeezing chess pieces when you first meet him. That one I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed him, especially because I played Witcher 1, so I remembered him from then and carried it in there. That was pretty cool. I love Monago's voice acting, but as a villain, I wouldn't call her like, because she wasn't the main villain. You can deal with her way before the game ends. No, what is that? Ooh, John Irenicus from Baldur's Gate 2. I didn't want to kill anyone more than him. Yep. He's definitely on the list. Yeah, Radovid, King Radovid. I really, really enjoyed him as a villain and his whole story, because honestly, you could say he was molded into this evil, crazy guy that he ended up being, like, to some degree, through no fault of his own. Symbol of Koiki fruit. Turn that you could push down. Then symbol of luminous Adra. Press it tells you. It tells you if you did it wrong. That's interesting. And there we go. We're all good. Solus isn't technically a villain yet. He's more so a villain. He's not really a villain in the third one. And it's not even clear if he'll be a villain in the fourth one. Right. Kind of cheating since the game isn't out yet, but it'll be impossible not to care once it does. I mean, I think whether or not he's a villain depends on your perspective, right? For some people, he'll definitely be a villain because they'll be doing the kind of playthrough where they have no interest in helping who he is. But he's not going to be a villain in my first playthrough. The child of Baal has awoken for experiments. Arilu is awesome. Of course, how could I not mention Pathfinder? Arilu is definitely awesome. Even though he doesn't show up all that often, I love Discari's voice. He is always captivating to listen to, and actually he's one of the reasons why I think the Swarm playthrough is so enthralling, because you get to hear a lot more from him. Love that. Baphomet's okay, but he wasn't really all that for me. Um, Nothing else is coming to mind right now, but I know there are others. But yeah, that's a good start. That's a good start. I'm not going all let the graces know what I think. Whether or not this treasure should be available to just anyone who happens to buy is another matter. The gold rings are resolutely locked in place. Leave the disc intact and step away. I can't remember. Should I leave the disc intact or destroy it? Leave the disc intact and step away. All right. And bleep, 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 bleep. That's all, folks. What is that blue part? Is that something? Oh, yeah, that's... Did I miss something back there? Yeah, it looks like it. Come on. Stay with her. Yeah, what's that over there? Oh, okay. Just some random stuff. No problem. All right. Let's go. What's going on, Robert? Dragonfall has a top tier villain. Really? I'm looking forward to experiencing that. I don't know if you were on the stream when I mentioned it, but I did finish Midnight Suns today. So I'll start on the Shadowrun series this weekend. TK, what's going on, man? How are you? Alabas, how are you doing? Handsome Jack, absolutely top tier for me. I absolutely agree. Handsome Jack was fantastic. Borderlands 2 just overall was fantastic. Unfortunately, I haven't felt like any of the Borderlands since have really measured up to how great that was. But I really enjoyed Borderlands 2. It probably doesn't help that I feel like Borderlands is much, much better when you have other people to play it with. And the people that I was playing it with kind of dropped off. Ooh, hello. You're somebody who needs to go. Let me help speed that up. Bored. But is actually a different Solus. Specifically, Solus Yay Galvas from Final Fantasy XIV. You know, I remember nothing about... Is that the MMO or is that the one where they had the car? I haven't played the MMO version, but I played the one where they had the car, and I did not understand what was happening in that story at all. Like, no part of me whatsoever understood what was going on there. I just was like, all right, I've played just about every other Final Fantasy, so I'm not going to stop now. Might as well just go ahead and get through it and figure out what's going on. But damn, I was confused. Thoroughly confused. Oh, I forgot to change out Alok's weapon. I really should do that so he stops running into combat. Yay. Header. Who is that? A phantom. Who's the phantom? Who's throwing out random phantoms? Good Lord. And you're out of here. Oh, and we're good, right? There we go. A couple of people gain levels. Take all. Excellent. I'm not familiar with Dragonfall. Yep, me neither. Not yet. Which NPC companions do you hate the most? Good question. Let's take this out. I don't like playing with kids. So most of the kid companions you could think of, I did not particularly enjoy. I'm not a big fan of like Tali in Mass Effect 1. Ember is like that rare exception. And honestly, she's not actually a child. She just comes off that way. But usually I have no interest whatsoever in... Oh, someone caught up to me. Okay, cool. That's interesting. Usually I just have no interest playing this kid. So Tali in Mass Effect 1, Mission Veho, and Knights of the Old Republic. Trying to think. Basically, any game you could think of where it's a child in there, I always hate that. It always feels wrong. It always feels weird. I absolutely just do their side quests, and then I never bring them out because it just feels off to me. Not a fan of Sarah from Dragon Age Inquisition. She just seemed really, really weird to me. Like, usually I like the characters that are running around doing pranks and things of that nature, but for whatever reason, she just seemed off. Not a fan of Cartho Nancy in Knights of the Republic either. He fit his role, but I'm just not a big fan of him. And it's not the voice actor. The voice actor did a fantastic job. And speaking of Cartho Nancy, Caden from Mass Effect, same voice actor, I did not like him at all either. I never used him. Like, I think I had one playthrough maybe out of the 20 or so I did of Mass Effect where he actually survived. All the rest of them, get him out of there. I want nothing to do with him. He died every single time. What else? What are some other RPGs? I mentioned in my companions ranking video for Pillars of Eternity that the scholar guy, Kana, or whatever his name is, the one who's the brother of the chick here, bottom of the list for me. I hate his voice. Can't stand his voice. And his personality is just okay to me. So, no. So off the top of my head, those are the companions that I would say not particularly big on at all. Talking about an open world with no direction yet. Greyboard was companion of all games. Greyboard is the worst companion for me. I don't think there's any companions in Wrath of the Righteous that I actually dislike. Like, I have the rankings, so some of them obviously rank lower than others, but I feel like all of them are quality. You're about to get that smoke if you're talking bad about Mass Effect Tally. Yes, I am. And now, to her credit, she goes up significantly in my rankings in Mass Effect 2. Like, it feels like she's a woman in Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 1, it feels like she's a little kid. Never wanted her on my party. Yeah, the child companions mostly suck. Yep, absolutely. Iron Bull was my favorite romance and companion in Inquisition. Iron Bull was fantastic, especially if you had him paired with Dorian. With Dorian and got all their dialogue and let their romance flourish. Awesome. The only child companion I can think of that I like from an RPG is Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. I don't remember Final Fantasy IX enough to comment. In fact, I'm not sure that I played Final Fantasy IX. I started with 8, but I was a kid when I was playing 8. So I never played 7. I started with 8. I don't think I ever played 9, but then I played 10. And after that, it was like, okay, I'm a Final Fantasy fan. I'm going to play all of them. And it's singing, Cube, what's going on? How are you? Sarah did not like her introduction, but she grew on me as I did more of a quest. Ended up romancing her with no regrets. Nice. I was an elf, so Solus's reaction made it even better. That's awesome. Almost forgot about BO3 Ava. You. Sailing offers a welcome reprieve from Motari Okazi until the silhouette of an advancing ship grows clear on the horizon. The winds turn against you as a pursuer. A well-equipped Raltaian junk close the distance handily. The flag of the Royal Deadfire Company waves proudly. A placard on the hull identifies it as Benevolent Aegis. Whatever the prince can do with your map, I'd wager the Hazanui could do it better. Shrugging, Maya snaps her spyglass shut. A loud percussion followed by the splash of water announces a cannonball fired across your bow. Stand down and prepare for inspection. A commanding voice bellows over the turbulent crashing of waves. Maya, any thoughts? That's Captain Pa's ship. Good man, by the books. Tends to fly off the handle when things don't go his way. Maya frowns. Second thought. Forget the good man bit. Let's say it's persistent and leave it at that. Shout, parlay. Benevolent Aegis draws close enough for you to recognize the crew as hard and disciplined coastal Amua. One of them separates from the fold and plants his boots on the railing. Maya, a delight as ever, but you're on the wrong ship. He offers a broad smile and a Raltaian salute. She merrily nods. The name is Pi, and I'll speak plainly. You wouldn't be leaving Motari Okazi unless you found what we both want. The map. He rests his hand on the pommel of his sword. Intimidate. Hold the torch close to a gunpowder barrel. Do you want to live forever, Pi? When his crew draws back with panicked mutters, Captain Pi holds out his palm to silence them. He studies you wearing a severe expression. Ooh, everybody likes that. Have you played the Final Fantasy VII Remake? I have not yet, because my understanding is it's not really the full game, right? It's like one part of the game. And so I wasn't sure if that would be a good experience. It seems to me that it might behoove me to wait for the full game to come out. Have you played it yet? And if so, do you feel like it's a full experience and that I should go ahead and try it out? Nine was a throwback to that SNES style. Less modern characters and story. It was a personal favorite of mine. Interesting. Okay. I might have to check it out. I mean, once I get through with the remake of 7, I might go ahead and revisit 8. And if I'm revisiting 8, might as well do 9, might as well do 10. Especially with the new Final Fantasy coming out, I might be in a mood for Final Fantasy. Probably not this year, but maybe that'll be the focus next year. Like, this year it seems to be all CRPG games that are about to come out. Maybe next year will be all about just playing through Final Fantasy. Nobody agrees with me on Bethesda companions. Fair enough. I'll stand alone on that. I didn't see your Bethesda companion note. What'd you say? Hey, we'll solly back as a right fierce strippy friend. Honey it. Be reasonable, Captain. We can both get out of this alive. Pi opens his palm in a show of benevolence. Point to a companion. Bring me a second barrel so Pi here knows I'm serious. The captain and his crew observe this escalation with mounting dread. Retreat. There's a madman at the helm of Normandy. Over the sound of his departure, you can hear him cursing the madness of it all as he leaves your vessel to the open sea. That was awesome. I didn't remember that. I didn't remember that at all. Okay. Slavers. Okay. We did whatever was there. Yeah, okay, cool. We're good there. What's over here? I'm now curious. We're all this way. We're over this way. Might as well look around a bit. Let me also make sure there's plenty of food, plenty of water. Yeah, there is. Technically, I'm not leveled enough for this, but you know what? I'm here, so we're going to go ahead and do it. Sentinel Hill. Couldn't stand Blackwall. I know he's supposed to be a redemption arc. I forgot about Blackwall, but I couldn't stand the constant moping. No, Blackwall is fantastic. I enjoyed him quite a bit. I like Blackwall's story, but didn't like him as a companion. Same. I never took Blackwall anywhere because I felt like other companions had better mechanics, but I still did enjoy his story, and I enjoyed the fallout of it, the way, some companions are still real shaky on him. Something's not quite right, but you can't place why. You realize then, silence. The wind does not whisper across your skin or stir the tops of trees. Birds do not whistle and shriek. The chirp of insects is gone. Rounding a corner, the sounds of distant chanting find you. You can't make out the words, only the low drone of many voices raised in unison. Search for the source of the voices. You come upon a rocky switchback path leading up the steep side of the mountain. The chanting voices are loud to hear, but you still can't make sense of the words. Sneak closer to observe. As you creep up the path, Allah's boots crunch on the stones. A second misplaced step sends a stone bouncing loudly down the hill. I gotta get him a cape or something that's gonna help with his stealth so we can stop this. The spirits surround the central figure, and they all turn their ghostly eyes on you. Connor was great in Pillars 1 and his continuation of Pillars 2, but his singing was awful in my opinion. I just wasn't a fan of his voice. His voice sounded real nasally to me. I was just not a fan. All right. Why aren't there more? Oh, okay, because she's doing buffs right now. No problem. Oh yeah, we're making it happen. Oh, did someone bring him all the way up there? Not cool. Not cool. All right. Start with you. That's not cool either. I need you to be ascended. What's the problem? There we go. Is that? That's that. Here we are. Oh, no. You'd have to walk for that. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We like that. Here. I'm going to give you another dose. You like that so much. Let me make it clear how much we enjoy. Oh, crap. You missed. Here. Let's, first of all of you attack that one. And then, yeah, let's give it some more. Uh-huh. Excellent. And you're terrified. Yep. Oh, come on now. Let's make... Oh, you know what? I know what I should have done. Dag it. And that's just when I should have used the damn beam on Eder since he's already on the other side anyway. That would have made more sense. But it's all good. We got through it. And nobody died. Did I remember...
Tell me.
Did I remember to... Yeah, okay, I took that off. Cool.
Indeed.
Boom. Excellent. All Bethesda companions are terrible. Like, shut up. Stop jumping in front of my shot. Stop running into me. Stop giving away our protection. Shut up. Stop setting off traps. And shut the hell up, Serena. I don't remember companions in Oblivion at all, to be honest with you. But the companions in Skyrim, they were all pretty terrible. I always end up using the Huntress. And I think it let you marry your companion, right? I think I always ended up marrying her. But yeah, in combat, useless. Absolutely useless. Even when I gave her the very best armor money could buy, useless. It just is what it is. Whoa, there's a flooded cave. Whoa, it's way higher level than what I'm supposed to be at. But hey, we're going to try it anyway. Blackwall's bugged for me when I was trying to have my party. He just stayed frozen wherever he was when the battle started. Yikes, that's not cool. TARDIS, what's going on, man? How are you? Varric was great in 2 and Inquisition. I'm a sucker for the lovable rogue character type. He was great. His voice was great. His mechanics were great in 2 and Inquisition. Like, all around, he was a great character to have in your party. And that blue furball character has a pretty good gun, too. Nice. Okay. Oblivion had the annoying fan. He was great. I'll have to look for that when they come out with the Sky Oblivion or whatever it's called. And then Blackwall ticked me off by sneaking off and leaving the Inquisitor Josephine handle the fallout with no warning that it was coming of him being Rainer known to the world. Yep. Blackwall was a handful, absolutely. But that's part of what I loved about Inquisition. You never knew what was going to happen with certain companions. As you traverse the island, you arrive at an area that appears to be untouched by Kith hands. Lush plants growing riotous abundance around the entrances to several caves, and you can hear the sounds of animals and insects over the crash of waves on the beach behind you. When you walk closer, however, you notice that one of the cave entrances is too uniformly structured to have been created by nature alone. Inspecting it reveals a doorway carved into the aperture of the cave, although a door no longer stands there now. Let's see. I vaguely remember that DLC. Isn't that where you've got to fight a bunch of vampires, right? Why does it keep turning off my fast mode? What's up with that? You know, this cave is looking extra creepy. Dargul. Yeah, let's go ahead and level up. No reason to come there half-cocked. I'm still not advanced from past this yet? What is the problem? I'm sorry for quickly. There's a chance to recover some focus spit. I don't need that. No, that does nothing for me. I've never been using empowered attacks at all. I think about it. Should do that more. Actually, yeah, no. Accuracy. Help me hit. Mm-hmm. Ba-boom, ba-boom. So is that really important for me? Is that what's your opinion on that? For me, romance is very important. I love a good romance in my games. But, I mean, I'm not trying to have them sacrifice a whole bunch of things for it, but it does bring down my enjoyment of the game when there's not a good romance in it. Like Pillars of Eternity 1 didn't have a romance, and to me that sucked. That made it not as good. So I would definitely like them to focus more to create quality ones. And plus, a really, really amazing romance for me can significantly increase how I feel about a game. Like, as for all the problems that Pathfinder Kingmaker has, the bugs and how hard it is, and the systems you have to deal with and all that, the romance is just one of the best that I've ever played, and that makes me comfortable with playing it again. Ooh, you know what I forgot? Yeah, superior deflection. When wearing bulky lowering their recovery penalty from armor significantly. We want to do that as well, but for right now, we'll stick with superior deflection. So yeah, those are my thoughts on it. You know, can't rest with enemies in sight. Well, let's go over here. Get these enemies out of sight. There we go. It's probably better. Ooh, I need to go to Dunnage and talk with old girl. You know what? I'm gonna do that even before I head back to Nekataka. Yeah, you can marry someone in Skyrim. That's what I remember doing. Yeah. I would marry her even though she was like completely useless in combat. Not good. Not good, not good, not good. I can already tell this isn't good. This isn't good. Well, yeah, you know what? We're not gonna wait. Let's go ahead and do that now. Oof. Yeah. All right. Woo. That lich is not gonna go down easy, I can already tell. But we're at least somewhat built for the drama. There we go. That lich is gonna be the last to fall, you can tell. Let's deal with your friends first, and then we'll deal with you. There we go. All right, now we're back to you. You got some muff yet? Almost. Bam. I know. Whoa. Where are you? There we go. Why can't I target you? Here. I want to target you for disintegration. There we go. Yeah, you didn't like that. You didn't like that none at all. You didn't like that either. Mine went back to back on. Yep. You didn't like none of that. There we go. Ooh, that pillar is doing me in. Okay. Lots of people you can marry, right? But you can only marry one, right? If I remember correctly. I don't need a romance, but I like the relationship between the protagonists and the companions to be fully explored, and romances force that to happen. Yep, that's a good way to look at it as well. I like when a well-done romance tells you more about a particular party member that you probably wouldn't have been able to find out if you did not decide to take the time to romance them. That's a great call out. One reason that you would get married in Skyrim so you could have someone that's taking care of your orphan children. Dolores, what's going on? Glad you're able to make the stream. Ooh,
Let's take a look.
who's over here? Is there someone over here? Oh, okay, no, it's just a lab. I married the sister from the store in the first town you come to in Skyrim. Get some of that sweet, sweet gold from her part of the store. Nice. I never bothered romancing her. Didn't even think about that. The vapor wafting off these vats smells faintly of copper. Awesome. All right. Dealt with them. I'm gonna have all scar for that. I'm your sword and your shield. You're my babysitter. You can only marry one, but there's a model you can marry 5 times. If they're your wife, I believe they can also be a vendor, so that'll be helpful. Ooh, that's awesome. I don't know. I went through Skyrim twice. Ooh, Why? Oh, and let me name the island, so I must have done everything. But it's weird that it's got that skull over it for me. All right, what's going on here? You know what? Screw it. If I can't do it, I can always come back. So we're gonna try. I had 2 playthroughs where I took a Skyrim character all the way to level 81, basically trying to completely 100% the content. I just don't know if I have it in me to do it again. Plus 20% damage taken. We're going to go ahead and get that crap off. There we go. And let's see. Right, it's you, right? That's fine.
Charge! I'm here.
Whoa, whoa, look.
There we go. Good Lord, somebody just obliterated me. Get to using that blunderbuss. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait. Let's get some relief going. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As soon as I get, yeah. I forgot. We're gonna start using some of these empowered ones. There we go. There we go. That's gonna have the effect we want. And now look, you're slowly getting up. Let's help you stay down. Let's help you stay down. Let's help you stay down. You don't need to get up. Seems like a fairly common, but I really like a Ruchelet's romance. Yep. Made me cry the first time I finished it. Oh, you liked it. It's nice. It's definitely nice. There's no question about that whatsoever. I had a great time finishing her romance. Shouldn't be anybody over here, right? Yeah, nope. And then the pickup, so let's go. Romance has to have development and choices that are hard to make. I think Skyrim didn't have that. Nope, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, the house girl could do that too. I think everyone that marries a sister from that one. I think everyone marries that one sister from that one vendor shop. See, I never did. I thought the huntress was the natural choice, but I guess I was wrong. Is there any reason? You know, I can't resist it. We'll go ahead and go through this, but we don't need to read through it. We've already read through one. So in the head, identify it. Oh, this is different. Quilotalic, a large carnivorous whale known for punching holes through the sides of ship. Grab your spears and prepare for a hunt. Theodore gapes. Guys, Captain, do you jest? Nia, though, grabs our harpoon. I'm claiming one of those tusks for sure. The skiff hits the water and the crew bounce about, tossed by the water. The crew's oars churn the seas as they close on the Quatilic. Harpoon in hand, Nia leaps from the skiff, using the downward momentum to drive the weapon into the beast's flesh. The creature thrashes, its tail slapping Nia from its back and into the water. The line from the harpoon to the skiff goes taut as the whale drags the skiff along. Haha, Nia gained experience. Ooh, a crewman is injured. But the beast ignores the sailor, swimming straight at Normandy. It slams into the side of the ship, sending Nia crashing into the side of the hull. The sailor falls limply into the water. The whale's higher tusk tears into the rigging and main sail, while the thicker lower tusk rip through the side of the ship and jut from the deck. Slandered only barely manages to avoid being impaled by one of the protruding tusks. Ability. Actually, throw an explosive at it. Throw a lightning bomb. Sure, why not? Ooh, you've got 6 of them? Olive hurls the explosive directly into the beast's blowhole. Electricity arcs bluish white across the beast's back, leaping up to the mast and down the surface of the water. Hull takes 5 damage. Hey, plus 5 morale. The whale's tusks remain lodged in the ship and his blood slickens the deck, but calm again falls over Normandy. The crew gather, quietly clapping one another on the back before they begin harvesting the beast. Look at that. And they all gain a rank. Okay, that was well worth it. Let me look at the ship real quick. Someone is injured. You need some rest, right? I think this is where you put them rest. Yeah, resting crew. So we could use a cannoneer. Any backup cannoneers? Here we go. And actually, oh, okay, no. She's got a higher rating. Excellent. Oh, I forgot. I still need some more cannons. You know what? I'm just go ahead and put these bad boys on here. Just for show. Just so we got something there. And you know what? We'll just throw that on here. Ain't no sense of... Oh, you know what? I forgot. There are a couple of other things. I need to upgrade the helm and the anchor and... Yeah, I forgot. There's some other things I need to do here. So, yeah. All right. Time to go back to, what was it? Nekataka, right? That's where we're headed? Because we already handled there. Yep, I already did that. Okay. So, Nekataka. There we go. Oh, no. Wait. Dunnage. First, we'll do dunnage. Ooh, who are you? Veen? You sounds like somebody I should take care of. Ooh, it's one of the Mind Flayer types, too. Serena. Yep. The hunters of that from the Capans. Wolf Guild. Yep. Oh, yes, that's her. Hot, but I hated seeing her so domesticated like they made her. Ha. See, I didn't domesticate her. She was running around with me the whole game. I didn't leave her at home. In fact, I'm pretty sure I never had kids. I would just marry her, and then we would spend the rest of the game hanging around together, but I never had kids. Ooh, I like that leap you did, Eder, but I don't like you leaving the party members to fend for themselves. Actually here. Nope. Who's right in front of me? Oh. No matter what, we're gonna have to. Oh my God. This is not good. Seraphin, yeah. Back here first. Woo! Somebody's handling business back over there, though. That's good to see. Yep. But I need y'all to handle more business. You know that one chick that looks like a female Braveheart, half her face is painted blue? You can marry her, too. She's a pretty good companion over there by the Thieves Guild. Oh, yeah, I remember what you're talking about, but I never married her. Man, the junk has a lot of guns. Yeah, that's why I always get it. Ooh. Oh, that must have been Takehu who summoned the skeletons. That's awesome. And no morale issue, so we'll take it off ourselves. Yeah, so if you ever get into ship combat, that's why the junk is so great. It's slower, but yeah, it's nice. Boss Page, what do you mean did you miss it? So they did they came out with like a what's it called, a draft version of what the license is going to be like, but it's not official yet. But from what I've read, people seem to hate it. I haven't done a video on it if that's what you're asking. That one, did I do this? Yes, I did. Bro, you left those orphans to sad for you. I did. I never used capacity. This is forced upon me, and I hate it every single time. What's that? What's the shirt you're wearing? Oh, I'm wearing like a sickness racks your crew. Uh-oh, that's not cool. I'm wearing a Bears jersey. It's like a Hall of Fame Walter Payton jersey that my wife bought for me. When I used to play on high difficulty with the 10 female companion warriors, like Dark Souls style healing powers and all that, and I had 5 more girls at the house. That's awesome. Yo, the Skyrim marriage system was great. I thought some chat members had some news, or I thought spotted some updates earlier. Yeah, so they came out with the draft, and it seems to confirm a lot of the stuff from the leak. That's basically the update. So it's not official yet, but they haven't officially said this is the version we will use, but the draft version officially comes from Wizard of the Coast. Hey, I'm a team player. Nice. The illness starts slow. A cough here, the shakes there. But then it hits the crew hard and fast, washing across the deck like a rogue wave. Soon your crew has devolved into mucus-covered wretches with swollen eyes and scabrous rashes. Theodore finds you in your cabin. Through the open window, you can make out the sound of one of your sailors retching violently. If this keeps up, Captain, your crew will be in no state to sail. They hardly are as it is. Find the ship's surgeon. Care to tell me why everyone on my boat is sick, Tyler? With a slow shake of the head, the surgeon frowns. It's the gut rot, Captain, same as the plague ship. If we sail with it, we're inviting injuries. Break out the medicinal stores. Everyone gets what they need until this clears up. Tyler returns with jars of thick, brown thistle tar. The thick salve induces an unpleasant stinging sensation when slathered over the afflicted areas. Soon each member of the crew boasts patches of gooey brown across their skin. With the correct remedy applied, the crew quickly recovers. Soon they're on deck, belting shanties toward the horizon. You sail on. Okay. First of all, who's that? Oh, that's me, I guess. I was just moving a little bit more. This is Deadfire Company Master. One injured crew still. And we're good on everything else. So, yeah, no problems there. D&D players, don't forget. Certainly seeming that way. Certainly seeming that nobody is going to allow this to just pass over. Excellent. Okay, here we go. Oh, who are you? Just a novice captain, okay? Whoa, God dog it. I bet you that other one was a bounty. I don't remember. Oh, wait, what the hell? This is not the right place.
Gather your party before.
The hell is this? That's that place I cleared before. That's not Dunwich. Hasango, right there in front of me. What is this? They're stuck together. One's a regular captain, and the one's just one. Oh, maybe they're locked in ship battle. Come on. So we got a ways to go before Dunwich. All right, whatever. Well, you're the Wana captain again. Okay, fine. And you're the same deal. Nothing I need to be concerned with. Oh, you know what? Before I forget, let's hang around here for a second. So were Magic the Gathering players actually pushovers though? Like, did they pretty much forgive and forget with what happened with the card game?
And postured after the events at Hasango, but came no closer to consensus. I cannot stomach such disorder. You didn't need to reignite the Adler Lighthouse. Eth is already gone. You could have tracked him to his next destination, but you opted to help the colony instead. Why?
Metaphysics. Depriving Aethys of essence may have slowed him down.
True, but in that form he can always replenish himself from another source. If he doesn't find Adra, I'm sure a few ships full of pilgrims will suffice. Now you see what can happen when mortals assemble to meet a crisis head-on. Collaboration on that scale is rare, but also unreliable.
Former MTG player here. Most MTG are already broken in with the amount of money they drop on that game. Oh, so that wasn't completely out of pocket for them. Most MTG players, that is. I take it you're not one of them and decided, okay, this is enough. So yeah, what's going on? How are you doing? I can't complain at all. I've already had played so many players. I hate starting over just to play some DLC. Yeah, I'm not starting over. I'm going from one of my old saves just to pick up the party member. There's no way I'm just starting a completely new game. Yeah, I saw that new DLC, Robert. So I'm definitely going to do a video on it, and I'll check it out when it comes out. Did you import a Peddler's One save? Yep, Sure did. Super easy. Loved it. New set every 3 months. Same damn cars over and over. Best of set once a year and re-releasing alpha and beta sets for $1,000. Yeah, pushovers. Wow.
My more compassionate and optimistic siblings are no doubt overjoyed, thinking they've somehow gotten the better of me. How wrong they are. So, another of Nekataka's dirty secrets comes to light in a spectacularly dramatic fashion. You should think twice about your Huana friends if anyone pleads ignorance about the dragon beneath their streets. A dragon is not so easily hidden from the world, much less the eyes of royalty.
I'll keep that in mind.
See that you do. The Huana think the diminishing of their oldest talent is a test from the gods. They couldn't be more wrong. Everything they do is a test, and we observe closely. And yet, you allowed the beast to hunt the sky again. Was its freedom worth the price of an orderly, balanced society? Think on that. I already know the storms wreathing Poko Kahara have gone still. We felt the change ripple through the beyond. The flow of essence has been cut. A serious disturbance to the local ecosystem, but perhaps one that discourages foreign meddling. My instincts were correct, and you are not content to let matters sit undisturbed. Good. I will continue observing your progress. I'm beginning to question my trust in you, Watcher. This is a sacred communion, and your conduct is beneath any acceptable standard. Even though you are living up to my admittedly low expectations of mortals, know that I am displeased, and that is a dangerous way to approach me.
Just doing my job.
Take care with your words and actions. I am not in the habit of offering second chances.
Tell me about this enlightened society you once wanted.
You're curious to know more? Excellent. You have but to ask.
How would you have even recognized that ideal society?
A valid, self-defeating question, and one which I posed often. We assumed that they, whoever they were, would reveal themselves.
Did we read this already? Did we listen to this?
Leaving churches vacant. Thanks to Aethys, we're pulling the dough from the oven before it's had a chance to fully rise.
Must not have.
You unfortunate bastards never had the chance to prove me wrong.
Yeah, and deciding it was too expensive to keep up with the standard format. Even in modern, you can't just stick to one deck due to power crazy. I'm just gonna stick with EDH. Thank you very much. What is EDH? Why do the other gods tolerate your opposition?
Opposition can take many forms. If a church embraces and weaponizes my doctrine, that is very different from me rampaging as a titan. Aethys is not known for subtlety. Twice now, he has contaminated the purity of our experiment, and done so with extravagant displays that undermine our authority. I am the counterpoint to the soft-hearted. It makes no difference if mortals pass some arbitrary test. My mind is settled on the matter. Regardless of my feelings, the timing of this crisis forces us to accelerate our schedule. Final judgment comes sooner than any of us would prefer.
Doesn't this social engineering plan seem counterintuitive?
You mean gods crafting a godless world?
Yeah, we heard this. I remember this part.
My siblings desire to influence mortals and steer them in a proper direction. I have no intention of being...
What if someone proves you wrong?
Pantheon found that mortals had cultivated a perfect, lawful... Mortals need us. I know this is what any satisfaction that my siblings derive from their little... Make no mistake, Watcher.
That's your opinion?
Nothing you've done has tarnished it utterly beyond repair.
I want to talk about the wheel and your rise to godhood.
The wheel is our shared responsibility.
Excellent.
Aethys keeps the wheel in motion.
The time and labor we give to deserve reward in the next.
The time at the height of our power, we recognize the potential of the soul.
This I don't think we've read.
We knew that it could be bound, split apart, diverted like a river, and hammered together. Hammering was trivial.
Elder Dragon Highlander is an MTG set. Oh, okay. It's the least power creepy of the MTG sets. Okay, interesting. The Dragon Highlander, or more commonly known as Commander. It's a mostly casual form with 99 card decks with no repeated cards and a single legendary or planeswalker card as your deck's commander. The meta of EDH does change that much, yeah. Interesting. Can you tell what choice you make on Pillars of Eternity 1 to import on to Pillars of Eternity 2? What faction you choose? Some of your endings with party members matter. There's actually a lot of like little different things that will transfer in. So if you're asking, is it worth it to do a playthrough of 1? I would say it is. That there's enough that transfers in that I think it is worth going through that experience, especially since you get kind of a foundation of all the deities and who they are, and you can take that into 2. But at the same time, 2 is not the kind of game where you need to play 1 to understand it or enjoy it. So if your preference is to just go ahead and jump into 2, then by all means do that. Also, when you start 2, it takes you through a little section that allows you to pick some of the choices you made in 1. So it's not like you would have to go in with a blank slate. You could go through and manually make some decisions, like go on Wikipedia, look at some of the lore and some of the options, decide what you would want to do, and then make the decisions there. And then it'll let you take in basically a imported world, but it won't import as much as you would take in as if you had went through the entire game yourself. Gaming EDH is meant to be a more casual format. It's great when people play it that way, but you can get players dropping way too much money on local metas, and it can experience power creep. MTG is in the same expense range as Warhammer figures. Interesting. Only EDH has weekly pods that separates the casual and the competitive players. Makes it far more enjoyable. Interesting. There's no Elder Dragon Highlander set listed on Card Kingdom price guide page. I don't know what that means, but okay. So Mythical Ring, how are you playing EDH then? Are you playing it online, or is there like a card shop or a comic book store that you go to?
Those of us who agreed with the Apotheosis Project, and many who did not, submitted to a violent and horrible erasure of our individuality. After the dust settled, we adopted the forms of beings from Aeora's most prevalent myths. There were other faiths and legends, but we labored to strike their names from history.
How exactly does the wheel function?
Much of reincarnation's mechanism exists in the idea space of the beyond. You wouldn't find a wall of cogs and levers unless we conjured one to illustrate a point. Damas,
if you buy a 40K figurine 10 years ago, is this still useful to have now? I beat Pillars 1, but didn't move my character over. I did what you said. That this made some small decisions because I moved over to PC from console. See, that makes sense. That makes sense, Robert. So it's like, it's smaller things that don't transfer over. Like, I think if you manually do everything, you don't get the option to decide what happened with the Devil of Karak. So you don't get to choose an ending that allows you to port her armor over, you know? So it's like smaller stuff like that where it doesn't have a huge story impact, but you could lose out on items or small interactions.
Before we intervened, the flow of essence was directionless, unpredictable. We succeeded in widening the gap, diverting it, giving it an efficient path to follow.
Okay, you play at your local card gaming shop. Warhammer figurines aren't likely to ever depreciate in value unless something horrific happens to the Warhammer brand. Got you. Did Mass Effect had a comic book? If you didn't play the previous games, you can still pick decisions, make it in those games for the next game, if that makes sense. Yep, same deal. Everything is viable. Everything in 40K is always usable. Interesting. Interesting. Why do you say Commander decks are worthless, Kit? Reincarnation existed before you, so why not just leave it alone?
Before we took control of the wheel, reincarnation was error-prone, lacking forward momentum. Hollowborn were fairly common, and hardly the worst of the soul maladies. Control gave us the power to strengthen the souls of intelligent kith over generations. We made you wiser, stronger, more likely to develop the society we thought you deserved.
Cube, for my playthrough, I'm role-playing someone who's a hardcore follower of Barrett. So I did what Barrett asked in Pillars of Eternity 1, which was to put the souls back through the wheel and let them go through their natural reincarnation. And then, of course, Barrett rewarded me when I started Pillars of Eternity 2, and I think he gave me like the special skill or buff or whatever that you could only get if you had served him in the first game.
Every turning of the cycle demonstrated the righteousness of my belief. Nature begets chaos, and discipline begets perfection.
Back to my other question.
Speak.
Close the book. We'll speak again.
Lorica nods stiffly. You feel her presence drift as a breeze, rustling as it goes.
I have a budget crinkle. I slung together for less than $50. Oh crap, it's not dunnage either. God dog it. What is this? Oh, Fort Deadlight. That's what it is. Oh, away. Oh, not even, I can't even pretend I'm close enough for that. I work in a comic shop, and we get Magic the Gathering cards in all the time. I know when to price them, and almost all Commander cards are $3 or less. There are foil rates worth 35 cents.
Are you ready to meet up right this way?
Rough. Is that true? Uh-oh. Why does it say my game is paused? What's the problem? All right, and I got some candied nuts for you, girl. What kind of man would I be if I help you throw some of these candied nuts in your mouth?
Up to a beautiful friendship and a fine captain. Aye. But what can I do, you lovesome?
I brought you some candied nuts.
You do know how I like them. And how much they make me like you, Dove.
Her lips curl into a mischievous smile. As she munches on a handful of the nuts, the captain regards you with a deeper interest. Show her the Ingolirio. Like my sword?
That I do, Loveson. A real powerful one you got there. Where in Aora did you happen to find it?
I got it from Usia the Barithian, the priest who killed Lucia Riven.
Think Ravan will be wanting it back then? I know I do.
She taps her chin in thought.
Hold on to that, Loveson. You've given me a thought as to how I might track the floating hangman. I'll tell you further when I know more myself.
I thought you'd like to know I helped Mad Marina in the Undercroft.
So I heard. And so I'm impressed. I like when someone does me and mine a favor. Makes me feel real friendly towards them, you know?
I wish I could get my cards that cheap. Commander being an internal format has access to a vast majority of the game's history. Some cards cost a lot of money. Some commanders are bulk junk rares, for sure, but not all. To be fair, I can only speak on what we've got into the shop. We buy from players who want to sell, so maybe we just haven't gotten those big cards. Interesting. Can't speak on it. I haven't gotten back into Magic the Gathering yet. I can see myself doing that one day, though.
And I like to give my friends little tokens of my appreciation, like this.
Swift Hunter's Garb. Negative 5% recovery time. I like that.
Expect me to be in touch. If or when I need you. Elsewise, do come to see me should you happen to uncover any particularly juicy tidbits regarding Ferrante's political schemes.
Tell me about the new blood in the Principe.
We're the future, and we ain't going nowhere. We're pirates, Loveson. We own this sea, and the sea loves us back in her twisted way.
Lord of Beasts, what's going on? How are you, man?
Ferrante pines for a homeland he's never seen. But what does Old Valia mean to me or my crew? We're not Valian, and we never will be.
I'm doing good, by the way. Got no complaints whatsoever.
Though if you're Valian and you want to join our bloodline...
Okay, I think we saw that before. About Ferrante.
Got something for me, Duff?
She leans forward with interest, the corner of her lips curving wickedly.
I'm all ears.
It was Ferrante who told me where to find Benwith.
I figured as much. That's how Ferrante gained his political standing. And that's how he keeps it. With underhanded tactics that whittle his opponents into ruin. Me? I prefer to face my foes head on. Give them the chance to join me before I fucking annihilate them.
And Captain's miscolored eyes are light with mischief.
And I like to reward those who support me. I'm good to my allies, you see. For your troubles, Dove, let me share with you a little of my treasure.
Damn, candy nuts were so hard to make. I mean, 5 kudos on keeping it happy. Yeah, I had to craft them. I didn't, oh, actually, no, I did buy them on Dunnage. If I remember correctly, there's a vendor on Dunnage who sells them. I don't think I had the patience for card games. I love the artwork. I used to love card games. In fact, Gwent was one of my favorite things about The Witcher. And Final Fantasy VIII. I forget the name of that card game, but whatever it is, magnificent. I love a really, really well done card game. And I was a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid, so that makes me love it even more. Good, long day, so a little worn down. Yep, I understand. I absolutely understand. I don't think I had to pay for it. Right. The new set, all will be one. Looks like it has a lot of big cards in it, at least for now. What does big cards mean? Gwent was great. Gwent was fantastic, Boss Page. I felt like CDPR did such a good job with that game. Love collecting all those cards and going up against different people. Ferrante asked me to search Nekataka for information on the floating hangman.
Nekataka? But why there, Loveson?
Elders crossed her arm beneath her breast.
Well, go on then. I'm sure you've heard our saying, share and share, as is the law of the coast.
After Lucia Rivan was slain by a Baratheon priest, she rose as a death guard.
Explains how she's captain of an undead crew. That also tells me, if she's a death guard, then there'll be something she's wanting most fierce. Something she may be willing to bargain for. This bit of knowledge is something I can assuredly work with. I always did like untangling the threads of history. It's like puzzling out an encoded treasure map. Only to reap these spoils, we've to uncover the mysteries of the past. Give me time, and I'll find the means to deal with Lucia. Then we'll be one fathom closer to commandeering the floating hangman.
The captain hands you a weighty sack of coins, and at the same time signals a nearby sailor to bring her a series of nautical charts. Clearly, she's eager to begin her hunt. Apparently, an old Darkosi paladin, Lucia Rivan, commands the floating hangman.
The floating hangman is the remains of the Fonferus. Interesting. Quite very interesting. I had heard rumors as to such. The floating hangman flies a flag featuring the burning palace from Old Valia.
Working at the store, big cards for us means expensive. Many cards in the double-digit dollars right now. How the meta will shift. Prices fluctuate, mostly based on how the big tournaments go and which cards perform well. So are there still Magic the Gathering tournaments that occur? And like, what kind of prizes do they usually offer? Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the last card game I've actually played, but God, it was like in the year 2000. It's been a while. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has the ability to draw the card he needs when he needs it, or as known to us, play the game cheating. Already lost in thought, Alice gives you an absent nod and some coins. Ferrante's interest in Crookspur's slave trade involves the Valiant Trading Company.
Well, well, ain't that a fine thing to know? Makes sense for certain.
Her eyes narrow.
Aiding the slave is a small fry for a captain like Ferrante. It wouldn't pay well enough to be worth the investment. If you've evidence of his involvement, keep it close. We may be able to use it to our benefit later. Oh, you've brought me a juicy tidbit this time. Now I'll be after it like a shark on a blood trail.
Let's discuss this another time.
As you wish, Dove. I am happily and wholeheartedly at your disposal. At least until I get bored.
She winks her icy blue eye. What did you want to meet about?
I've got a problem, Watcher. And I think you're just the captain to solve it. Me and Ferrante don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. Not least of which is the future of the Principe. We got few rules amongst us new bloods, but one of them is that you live free. We steal and we might murder, but if you pledge to us, you're our blood, our family. Now, if I were to act in direct opposition to Ferrante, he'd use it to call a vote of the Council of Captains. He'd see me swinging by the neck. But no one's got a leash on you. Which means if you were to, perchance, free the slaves at Crookspur, Ferrante couldn't do piss all about it. No one deserves to be enslaved by another. Understand?
My own card is 8 of the Power 9 locked away in the safe. Those cards are worth thousands of dollars. Interesting. I used to have Phyrexian Dreadnoughts, now over 100. And I had 2 Silver Queens worth hundreds now. Really? You know what's weird? I did some cleaning of the house while right around New Year's, and I found I have a bunch of old Yu-Gi-Oh cards that are basically in like perfect condition. And I looked up a couple of them. I saw like one was like I think $500 or something like that. And like I got a whole stack of them that I basically, you know, I stopped using, but I put them in like a safe place. So now I have to go back through them one by one and find out, okay, are any of these cards valuable? Because I think I might have some valuable ones. I had just automatically assumed that all those cards will be worthless now. I think some of them are Yu-Gi-Oh! And then some of them are Magic the Gathering. And I just have to find some time, but I need to look them all up one by one. What character faction you prefer, Aldays or Ferrante? Aldays. I'm not down with slavers. Come on now. Ferrante doesn't appeal to me at all. Yeah, the tournaments with a prize of 15K. 15K is nothing to sneeze at. Learn a bit of cards and win 15K. Why not? So do you really have to sink a ton of money into your deck to get a really good one? And Kama uses threats of suicide to win, not to mention the shadow duels and lasers for the artifact. I think you too, Mike comment. Strictly fact speaking, almost everyone cheats in that show. The first tournament to face the noise was continuously. Aldays 100%. Absolutely. I probably have $1,000 worth of NTG cards in my basement. I can look up those Yu-Gi-Oh cards for you. Just send them to me. Oh, really, Robert? Oh, nice. Okay. At some point, I'm going to have to tally them all up. Read all that. Sorry, I'm a bit too tired to get sarcasm.
I'm asking you to sail to Crookspur to meet with one of mine. She's hiding within their midst, and will have insider information on the slavers.
How do I find your pirate at Crookspur?
She'll find you, Loveson. You'll know her by her scar. It's a ghastly sight.
How's Ferrante connected with the slavers?
I've only suppositions to offer you.
Ferrante is a snob. I agree.
I'd bet my swollenette Ferrante is attempting to gain standing with someone other than the slavers. Aiding the slavers is small fry for a captain like Ferrante. It wouldn't pay well enough to be worth the investment.
On your format, you play a top-tier deck could range for a couple $100 to well over 100,000. Some people sink $100,000 into their Magic the Gathering deck. That's insane. What demon would you put in Pathfinder if you could design one? What do you mean?
Nope, he's got ulterior motives, mark my words.
What can you tell me about the slavers?
I know they base their operations in the Deadfire out of Crookspur. I know they're small but ruthless, and they've run into problems shipping around the islands.
I'll go to Crookspur.
Find me when you've freed those slaves. I'll make it worth your while.
She nods her head.
Captain.
Farewell. All right.
Indeed.
What's in this chest again? I can use those now, right? Yep. North of Ramparts. We can get out this way, right? More games need romanceable faction leaders. Yep. I find that way more interesting than party member romances. There's a case for that, I agree. Where is this? Is this where... Yeah, we get out this way. Boom. No, I'm not going back for that chest. That does make sense. Because is it Magic the Gathering like the #1 card game? Possibly. Yeesh, I'll just stick to nice, reasonably priced 40K. Gaming people spend hundreds of thousands of Warhammer figurines. Really? I didn't realize folks were sinking that kind of money into it. Bananas, yeah. I find that to be kind of wild. Kind of wild, to be honest with you. But hey, we all have our vices. You know, romantical faction leaders. Yeah, I mean, one reason I got out of MTG, I don't have the money to compete with that. I get sick of one-turn kills and endless turns. Yep, I completely understand. Yeah, I feel like that's the really cool thing about romancing Galfrey, is that, on the one hand, he's way above me, but on the other hand, you know, we're going to give it a go. Let's see what happens. A ship. Oh, that's a ship of many things. Spyglass. Leave. Is that the ship of many things? That's the deck of many things. We're going to leave that alone. Queen's Birth. You know, we need some upgrades for our ship, so we'll do that. If you could design a new category of demon, like a succubus, what would you like to see to fight against? Or if there's a demon lord you'd love to interact to fight against. So I'm not familiar with tabletop Pathfinder, right? I've only played the video game, so I'm not all that familiar with the other demon lords, to be honest with you. If I would choose one, it'd probably be Cabriri, because I think he's supposed to be demon lord of the undead, right? I think I think a lot of the undead related ones reference him, so that would be pretty cool to understand more about him. Zon Kuthin always seemed to me like the ultimate. In fact, what am I saying? No, skip everything I just said. Urgathoa. If I could choose one demon lord that would be more involved in the game, it'd be Urgathoa, especially if you are on the Lich mythic path. Like, you get some references the same way other deities do about her little spirit butterfly comes down and touches on your shoulder, and there's little signs that she's with you. But I would definitely, I would definitely be open to her being more involved in the game, for sure. Plus 5 meter combat speed, plus 5 meter combat speed. All right, that is what it is. 15 meter speed, bone hole. Mm-hmm. 5 warship. Mm-hmm. Do we already have the arcane lantern? Yeah, we do. So then we do one of those. Why does it have a ton of them? Keeps asking me about that. Oh, whoops. I can't get all this? Kind of sucks. 5 meters, 5 meters. Yep. Light lantern doesn't do anything. Yeah. And, 20 meters combat speed. Plus 20% and negative. I don't care about the health. So we'll take that too. All of that together, 41,000. So let's first. Warhammer has big spenders, not like Judgment, but literally 10,000 would be a lot. Yeah, big spenders. It's up there with BattleTech on a level of detail. Like that, you to spend money, become meat for the vultures. Demonic undead. Yep, it's been really but I'm off to Neverland. Thank you for the passage discourse. Take care, Kit. Have a good night. Wait, is Urgathoa a demon lord? I thought she was just an evil goddess. Ooh, you may be right. I'm sorry. She's a deity. She's a deity. Yeah. I just want more interaction with her. When I was playing this Lich, I wanted more interaction with her. But If you want to go specifically Demon Lord, so yeah, like I said, Cabriri, and then the one who was able to ascend from a demon lord to an actual deity. I can't remember her name right now. She's like the goddess of all the ugly creatures. You get extra dialogue with her if you play as Swarm, and that also made me want to see more for her. She was super, super cool. As embracing darkness, fight off the demons, but renouncing it for the legend path. Ooh, that's nice role playing. I decided to go back to Wrath of Right at some point for a legend run. Do you have a particular recommendation for the initial mythic path? If your concern is damage, I don't know if it's been patched out or if this is the way Owlcat intended it. But as far as I know, it's still in place that if you take the trickster route and then you take the option that allows you to unlock its special feats, those feats stay unlocked even if you move over to legend. So basically you can retain massive critical bonuses while also taking everything that the Lich Path gives you, which is just insane, especially for a melee character. So that would probably be the route that I would recommend you go, as long as that has not been patched, which I don't believe that I've heard that it is. So more than likely it's not. How many clubs? Oh, wow. He's paying me 65,000. Wow, that's pretty cool. What's this? Brawler's Grimoire. That sounds like something that Alaf would not be interested in. We'll sell it. I should probably look at some of these armors, see if there's something here that my party members might actually be interested in. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, look at this. I'm getting a lot of new money. New money. Like that. And we'll sell this stuff. Excellent. 100,000 off of that, huh? Nice. Lamashtu. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah, Lamashtu. If you love Battletech, there's a streamer called Big Red 40K. He's like one of the top streamers for Battletech. You should check them out. He gets in very detailed, knows all the history. Awesome. This. Yep. Replace you. And replace you. And a little bit of this. Yep. A little bit of this. Yep. Get everything looking all sparkly. And you are a level 3 cannoneer. You are now back on it. So, bam. Put you there. And then is there anybody special over here that I should know about? Doesn't seem like it. I would say no. Oh, okay. You're a backup cannoneer if I need one. And you're what? A backup cook if I need one. Excellent. Didn't I get some sales? Yeah, palm sales. Here we go. Gonna help me go a little faster. Royal Deadfire. What are the rest of these flags? So, okay, we got Watcher. We got Royal Deadfire. Rafik Redbeard. Oh, these are ones for some of the people I took out. Okay, cool. Okay. I think it's time to start looking at some of these other vendors. Beam me to a buzzer. I was more thinking about if there's a mythic path that dovetails it to Link Legend particularly well from the story perspective. Not really. I mean, whatever story you're thinking of is going to be in your mind. Like I think someone just mentioned, they were doing the demon mythic path because in their mind it was about going all evil and then switching to legend and switching to legend and then basically saying that you were turning back towards the light. So that's cool from a role-playing standpoint, but it's all in your head. It's not something that actually happens in the game. if you are an Azada before you become legend, there is a goodbye scene with Avu. That's kind of sweet. You could do that. But otherwise, no, not really. There's there's no path where I would say like, okay, from a story standpoint, it meshes very well. The only option I would give you is, you know what? Angel might kind of make sense because the person who asked you to go the legend path is closely tied in with Angel. So you could say like you were a true servant, you know, and decided, okay, I'm going to do what you've asked me to do.
I've got every, of course.
Okay, let me check these other people. And nope, you don't have anything I want.
Plenty of fish you'll find.
Nope, you don't have anything I want either. How about you? You got a store too, right?
Folk tend to take your time.
Baldrin's Steeled in Darkness. During nighttime, this R grants all nearby allies, excluding the wearer, a bonus to their stealth skill and resolve. That's all right, but not something I'm particularly interested in. Cloak of Deflection is always cool, but only +4. Gads, no, I'm good. The Alien Estate, no, there's nothing I need from there. So, Bedardo Estate, Dockside Arms and Armor, right? There's this outside store, right? Yep, I agree with Mythical. It's basically its own beast when it comes to role-playing. Horns of the Bleak Mother, +1 perception. Resistance to resolve. Steadfast, resolute, and courageous, and +10 accuracy versus beast. Heaven's Cacophony, +2 intellect, +1 religion. Malzicone attack. It's Avenging Storms. I like this for, what's her name? Yeah, I like this. We'll pick that up. Does she have something that provides intelligence, though? You don't have anything that provides intelligence? Well, that was a blunder on my part. Let's go ahead and change that now. Absolutely. All right. And then perception, religion, and insight. Oh, yeah. We're definitely not getting rid of that. He doesn't have a necklace? Well, we definitely need to change that. This just grants being near a killed enemy grants temporary damage reduction. Oh, okay. That actually kind of makes sense to you. What's Captain's Eye? When not flanked, the wearer has resistance to perception afflictions. I mean, that's okay, but I think this is a little bit better. Here, even though it does look awesome, and this looks a little bit more creepy than is meant for my run, but you know what? We're gonna go with it.
Suits me, don't you think?
Yes, I do. For now, at least. Okay. Map Emporium. My existing trickster run. If I decide to do it, then no problem. Never play Wrath, but I'm close to ending Kingmaker as a wizard, rogue, arcane trickster. I'm going to play Wrath, but I'm a bit worried about finding a method path that fits this role. Wizard, rogue, arcane trickster, and that sounds like trickster to me. Trickster or Azada. I mean, but then again, are you playing like a evil aligned or good aligned? It is a completely different protagonist, so you can always change things up. Trickster will work the best if you want to do that same kind of thing, though. Yep, I agree.
Welcome back, welcome back. It is a pleasure to see you. How might I assist?
Show me what you have. Snakes in Grimoire. Oh, did I already take everything this dude has, pretty much? Yeah. You don't have anything here that I'm interested in. Cool. Seeing where you asked to reject your pen makes me mad. Yeah, it makes quite a few people mad, Lord of Beasts. Adds extra sneak attack dice so you can get a special meta magic feat that reduces spell level of spells, which is really strong. Yep. Yeah, as far as mechanics, Trickster is definitely the most banana of the whole crowd. Like, Trickster is a whole nother level. Boom. Yep, let's go with you.
My little
Delwivine.
A pirate deserves no better send-off than a watery tomb. But you did not just come to deliver good news. You came for work, Ak.
What bounties do you have available?
You've done well for the company.
I've already dealt with Dezawa.
For once, our service ships may take to the waters without fear. Knowing that is almost priceless.
She strains her back to support a sack of coins and lays it at your feet.
You've taken all the work from the louses of Queen's Birth, and I have nothing more to offer you, save this.
Hesitating, Ania sticks out her hand and tips her head to the side, wearing an awkward smile. Shake her hand. Been a pleasure working with you, Ania. All right. Whoa. Oh, that's that ship captain we already dealt with. Boom. Evil. Okay, so Lich as well, since Arcane Caster, but Trickster works great for Chaotic Evil Caster. Yep. And is it Trickster the hardest hitting in Wrath of the Righteous because of all that crit damage? I mean, Trickster can be very, very effective, but whether or not it's the hardest hitting kind of depends. Really? I haven't found this dude yet? All right, fine. Like, all of them could be powerful in their own way, you know? In fact, if you ask me personally, I feel like Angel is the most powerful out of all of them. Because Angel is the only one that provides you a spell that scales based on how powerful the enemy is, which is incredibly useful, obviously. What's close? The gullet. Do I need to buy anything in the gullet? I don't think so. I think I already got just... Oh, you know what? There's that store area, though. I don't think I searched thoroughly through all of that, so let's go back. Let's make sure. You're traveling the slums of Nekataka when the streets suddenly become barren. The cliffs high above block all sight of the stars from the narrow alleys and tunnels of Nekataka's ghettos. The reek of rotten fruit mixes with the noisome scent of dead fish, swaddling you along with 100 other lesser filthy fragrances. Your footsteps echo in the darkness, piercing the otherwise silent slums. Strangely quiet, don't you think? Olaf looks around warily. You turn a corner and walk into a plaintive cry. Help! Misshapen shadows mixed with low hissing and the skittering of claws on filthy stone to resolve into a pack of scolder. Their glistening maws float in the black, and cave grubs wriggle about their legs, mandibles snapping as if to mangle the air. On the far side of the creatures, a small girl dressed in the rags of the Wana grips a gleaming sword in both hands. She brandishes it wildly at the scolder, each swing of the blade releasing a howl that keeps the beast at bay. They creep ever closer to her, however, and her eyes plead with your own. Please. Athletics draw the beast's attention. With a resounding shout, Ada rushes to the fray. The scolder flinch and turn on your party. They growl hungrily as they charge forward. Yeah, Aeon is fantastic regardless. So yeah, going into Aeon into Devil is great too. You end up mons because you gain the ability to cast spells and move action. Thanks for the tips. My pleasure always. Wouldn't it be pure evil? I can't think of anything more horrific than the Azada into Devil run. Yeah, it's got some pretty nice. That's a pretty nice option. Seems like Trickster is a staple build for unfair. Trick does have fantastic mechanics. There's no doubt about that. Uh-oh. No. What y'all doing? Thank you. I was about to say, don't let that girl die. Kusi. The girl, panting before you, draped in tattered Raparo robes, bears a few bruises and cuts, but looks otherwise unharmed. Beads of sweat commingle with trickling blood on her forehead. Finally relaxing, she lowers the sword she's been swinging, letting the edge rest in the dirt. The pommel bears the form of a dog's head.
Thanks, stranger. Don't think I could have made it without you.
Kusi smiles, eyes gleaming in the gloom. What were you doing out here?
These Skulder had been picking folk off for weeks, picking on the weak. Those too young, old, or sick to fight them off.
Moonlight, what's going on? How are you? She kicks one of the corpses.
Maybe it was stupid, but I couldn't let that go on, not if I could help it.
That was incredibly brave of you.
Nah.
Kusi looks away with a blush, her hair falling over her face to half hide her grin.
I mean, maybe a little.
That's quite the sword you've got there.
Like it? My father left it for me. Told me that one day I'd defend the Deadfire with it.
Arcana. It seems to have magical properties.
You're not wrong. I don't understand it myself, but it seemed to confuse the Skulder. Probably saved my life.
Then it's an ancestral blade?
Not really. Father found it and brought it home. He said he got it from some Dirwidian pirate captain with a dog named Griffin. But, well, sometimes his tales were a bit taller than true.
You look like you had it handled. I just swept in to help clean up.
I doubt it. But thanks for saying so all the same. Anyway, I think you should have this. For what you did, and for what you can do with it.
She kneels, wipes the blood off of the blade, and slides it into its scabbard before proffering it to you. Thank you. I'll use this blade well.
No, thank you for coming along when you did. And what's more, for helping.
She bows her head. As you take the sword from her, the girl steps back.
I truly appreciate what you did. Not everyone in Nekataka steps in for a neighbor. I need to be getting back to Mother, though.
She grimaces down at one of the dead Skulder.
I probably shouldn't take home Skulder meat, should I?
She muses. This is kind of weird that she just gives up her father's sword so easily. Where's that going? Gullet. Yes, demons cast your options, but consider this: claws plus raise plus charge. Yeah, I always play demon as physical, but yeah, it is still a strong option for magic as well, though. Awesome. Glad to hear you're good, Moonlight. What's this called? Delves Drill. Yeah. The one I'm playing on Kingmaker is Thessalonian Knife Trickster. It makes wonders. Nice. Pride. Yeah, I'm not sure yet what my Kingmaker build is going to be. I need to start looking at that since I'm going to do a playthrough of the game. Need to start checking that out.
It's the smell of cardamom that
What do you sell, lady?
Of course. And
Oh,
sometimes
whoops.
you tell
Give me supplies. Food. I don't need food. Nah, I'm good. All right, what else? Boom. Street merchant. Street merchant. Let me see what you have. And drugs. We don't need drugs. Yep. These guys are all dead, right? These guys are all dead. You in here should be alive. You in here are alive. Show me what you got. Rekvu's fractured corpse grants immortal will. Whereas immune to interrupts while they carry one or more injuries. No, we don't plan on having injuries. Come on now. +1 athletics grants second wind. Incoming weapon damage is reduced as health is lost to a max of -10% damage reduction. And you can have a +2 on Constitution. Offhand, I would say this belongs with Eder, but let's see. What's Eder wearing right now? Girdle of Mortal Protection. 15% of incoming crits converted to hits. That's kind of better for him, more than likely. What about you? +1 Constitution and a resistance to dexterity afflictions. We'll stick with what we have. Only because her health hasn't really been going down crazy low. So I'm not sure how useful this would actually be. Do you sell anything? I need supplies. Sisyphos. -2 action speed and damage to attacker for 15 seconds when we're hit in melee. Okay. +2 max modification. Dragon scale. Zandeathus Draconic Fury. Oh, so this is unique. So shouldn't he have? Usually, I thought the unique ones have 2 unique spells, but I'm not seeing the second one. But anyway, it's not the kind of grimoire that's gonna appeal to Allah. All right, nothing more there. And we already went there, so we're out of here, right? Yep. Okay, cool. I'll let her keep the sword in case we get a Pillars of Eternity 3 one day and can import our PoE 2 save. The sword itself is nothing special. I wanted to rock back up with it one day. See, I was thinking the exact opposite, that you only get the sword, only get to use the sword in Pillars of Eternity 3 if you take it from her. But you could be right. Explore the Narrows. No. Exit. I don't want the narrow. Oh, the gullet. There we go. Go to the gullet. I mean, Great Axe plus Rage by Half Orc, Wildland Shaman. For Kingmaker, I suggest playing an archer because you can get a pretty great bow early on. See, that's not going to work because I know the character I'm going to play as during my playthrough, and this person must be melee. Pariki's Overlook? Yes. Do we need to buy anything there? I know the store's there. Oh, you know, but there are other stores there. So yeah. Okay, fine. A lot of great bows on Kingmaker, not many daggers. There's a lot of great alchemy options as well. But I'm probably just going to take Alchemist Dude with me, so I'm not even worried about that. All right, raiments.
See anything of it?
Three totals stitched. Automatically classed a crush damage AoE when critically hit in melee. But does that only affect enemies? Or does it affect party members as well? Knock Knock was hilarious and fantastic, but you get them so late that I never used them all that much. But yeah, Knock Knock was amazing. Nothing there. It sucks that we don't get the Kingmaker alchemical kill. Yeah. No, the class vanity, but it really drops off. I thought of a cool fix for it, though. What?
Quench your thirst on the way up the mountain?
Originally, what was heavily advertised is that if you went the nature path with Alchemist, you could unlock alchemy Kingmaker items, but they never implemented that in the game. That's a real pet peeve for me, Q. When the game is like halfway over or 2/3 over, and they finally give you a new party member, it's like, come on, man. Who is actually implementing this person? It is just about always a terrible choice. No, we're seeing all of that and don't need any of it. Moving right along. Hate it. Like, in my opinion, that's part of why people look down on Greybor in Wrath of the Righteous, because they're like, you know, I get him so late that it's really hard to be able to change his build around. Like, you can't change around Arushale's build all that much either, but hers is for the most part solid. It's hard to screw up an archer. Whereas with Greybor, that is, it's a little rough. Absolutely a little rough. Oh, that's right. There's some stores on Dunnage that we're supposed to go to, right? It's even worse when they give you a character for the very last mission, fight, or dungeon. Yeah, like, I played like the first 30 minutes or hour or so of throwing a ball in Baldur's Gate 2. And so I hate that now all of a sudden, finally, I get this dude as a party member. And I got to choose between, okay, am I going to bring him in or keep the people I've already had?
Even something lighter. I've got plenty
Oh,
of
that's
stuff.
right. Combine the shards and craft the great sword.
Ikera, when you swing this beauty, you must make sure to tell your foes that Mahiri sent you.
She gathers up armloads of shards and gestures for you to wait.
Whispers of the endless paths. A most brooding and gloomful weapon, I say.
She passes you the great sword with a proud sigh.
May it chop your enemies into fine pieces for the delight of Tongaloa.
This is some fine work.
I'm honored to have the trust of such a fine customer. Do not hesitate to bring me another challenge. Ikera?
Yeah, Kara is agreement emphasis. She inclines her head and touches her brow.
If you need iron or steel, maybe even something lighter.
Show me some. There we go. Spear caster, love's embrace. And nope, nothing else we want from her. Let's move right along. I'm fine with not being able to respect Soseo's brother's build, though. It really tells his history of bad decisions. Yep. I feel the same way about the undead war priest you can get in Lich. Like, his build is horrible, but I feel like it's a fantastic representation of how he's really just made some terrible decisions in his life. And so it just is what it is. All right. Whole lot of stores, but nothing I actually needed from them so far. So that's cool. And here. All right, we got Pariki's Outlook. So we'll go to Serpent's Crown. Especially if I build a team that comes with a character that I like, then how do I adapt the team to that character? Yep, is always annoying. Nugget, what's going on? Enchantment. Oh, man, I can't wait to get into Dragon Age on this channel again.
Interesting.
Gemstone.
Show me what you have. What's going on here? 10% chance to reflect against spells. That's interesting. Shifting chroma. The colors within this Helmstone shift, applying random defensive bonuses at the beginning of combat. That's actually kind of interesting. 10% chance to reflect against spells. Kind of nothing to sneeze at. You know what? I'm going to buy that and see what the deal is. No, we don't need that one. Stone of Power and Amulet Health. We already know that those are pretty much useless. Okay, cool. And hey, went to Eder, exactly who I wanted to look at for it. So what do you have right now? You got a Cloak of Greater Deflection. You've got a Ring of Protection. And then you've got Antonia's Signet Ring. +2 all defenses when engaged. And this stacks 5 times. Up to 5 with a +2 Diplomacy. And this is a +5 already. So, I don't know. This kind of feels redundant, doesn't it? So, can she make use of this? Or I guess this is stacks 5 times. So is this supposed to stack? I can't remember. Does this stuff stack with what you already have or no? Cannot remember. Made a pretty good sword there, but I couldn't use it. No one in my party used great swords. Yep, I'm in the same situation. I dislike when you have a companion story arc and before midway in the story. Yep. Agreed. In Shadowrun Dragonfall, you get a pretty sweet character halfway through, but at that point, your party is already a well-piled machine. You wouldn't change it. I hate that. I hate when they do that. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is great. I love Dragon Age Origins, and I'm a big fan of Inquisition as well, to be honest with you. Dragon Age 2, not so much. Not nearly as big a fan of that. What am I more a fan of? In stacking defenses based on engagement, or a 10% chance to reflect spells. What item is this? Oh, this is a headpiece. Oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, and we had just decided that his headpiece was trash. So yeah. But that's such a weird look for Eder. That's so hokey pokey for Eder. And it's applying a different defensive bonus at the start. It works for him though. It works for him. Oh, it doesn't really. It only shows one of the vendors. It doesn't show the rest. All right, we're gonna have to just go around the hard way. That character introduction is so great, though. I'm looking forward to it. Oil not piled on. I understand what you meant, Moonlight. It's all good. And then one of the key characters just leaves for a while. Michael, what's going on, man? How are you? Dragon Age 2 had better combat than Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, the shuffle of Dragon Age Origins really didn't give it any favors. Ooh, look at that. Give Bane his head. And God accepts the head and looks into its eyes.
She was like a greased pyre in her day, slipping between hands that never grasped her for long. Nothing lasts forever. Good work, Hunter.
I agree with you, Cube. That headpiece is for a wizard, but during hard fights, I actually sent Eder out by himself so he can get that first wave of really harsh attacks, and so he's the one who needs spell reflection more than anybody else. Dragon Age 2 was trash, but Dragon Age Origins is trash. Are you a fan of the Dragon Age series, Moonlight, or it's not really your thing? What bounties do you have available?
My contacts hiss of Flamewalker Vesali, a Naga shaman with a venomous tongue. During a conflict between clans,
take care, Lord of Beasts. Have a good one.
To an ambush under the guise of truce.
She touched to herself.
Her snake brethren want her snuffed out. She is rumored to be near the territory she claimed in the eastern parts of the Kawa'urukuhu island chain.
I'll return with her head. Farewell. All right. Ooh, wait. There was one other vendor, but I think this is a pet vendor, right? Yeah, pet vendor. We don't need anything from there. Actually, it's you, right? Serpent's Crown Guard. Yeah, okay. Which reminds me, when you play Dragonfall, if you are choosing your build based on getting extra story, Hacker is the way to go. Far from essential, though. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I actually haven't looked at any information regarding builds. I'm just going to jump into the game and see how it goes, to be honest with you.
Something I can do?
So, my sister finally wishes to negotiate with the Wahaki.
The prince crosses his arm and purses his lips, looking quietly impressed.
Months ago, I told Onikaza to make appeals to the Wahaki Ranga. She must feel the walls of the Deadfire closing in, I say.
Do you have any advice?
Be respectful and ignore the mutterings in the street. I say the Wahaki are keepers of tradition, not hardened killers.
Ah, so you also like the Inquisition, but you didn't like the first two. That's interesting. Aged poorly, still great games. Oh, that's interesting. I'll see what I feel about it when I replay Dragon Age Origins. It's very straightforward. The classes are awesome.
But if earning the trust of the Wahaki was easy, I would have done it ages ago.
I had other
if there's
questions.
Curiosity to be satisfied, do not leave me in suspense, I say. Have you found Matario Kozi?
Ariu raises brow and gestures for you to speak. Your expedition never made it off Matario Kozi. I'm sorry.
I sent good women and men to die in the name of the tribes and a vague hope. May Ngati thank them for their courage and Wodaka for their loyalty. May they return to us as Rangas.
Arihu raises a shaking hand to touch his lowered brow.
What of their findings, Watcher? Did they recover anything? Anything about Ukaizo?
Give rubbing. I found this ancient Wana navigational chart. The prince accepts the chart in silence, holding it up to the light and poring over every detail with interest. His hand trembles as he holds the paper.
An unusual accounting of the isles, I say. Each one measured in relation to...
His finger drifts up to the sigil of Ukaizo. Arihu nods. Do you have what you need to find Ukaizo?
If I did, my sister would hold a parade in your honor. Ngati is one to throw obstacles in our path, but I say that an outdated chart is better than none at all.
Grinning all the while, Arihu rolls up the parchment and tosses you a heavy pouch of coin. Diplomacy, sailing uncharted waters isn't cheap.
Ikera, here, for your expenses.
He tosses you a lighter pouch.
When we know enough, my sister will finance a fleet-wide search. Not for breadcrumbs, but lost Ukaizo.
Lately, I've been liking anything Larian or Owlcat touches. Yep, both companies make good games. Looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm definitely looking forward to Rogue Trader along with whatever additional Pathfinder DLC they come out with. Oh, really? So technically, Shadowrun, it doesn't really have classes. That's interesting. Shadowrun has no classes. Anyone can learn everything. It has archetypes to help guiding your build if you want to follow them. But even if you choose one at the beginning, you can still branch out. Ooh, okay. Nice. Very nice. And the bark cloth was a message from the Wahaki to deter any visitors.
For what do they protect Matario Cozy when its knowledge could help all Huana? One day I will have words with their Ranga to settle our differences.
I had some trouble with the Royal Deadfire Company on the open sea.
Ikira, they would not let you escape with what they could so easily steal.
Prince Arihu murmurs under his breath.
But will they not find the original chart as unprotected as a Reparu food pile?
Not if you send a war party to sink their ships and cut the rest down.
Onikaza needs our fleet strength here, in her city. Even with the help of the gods, our task was unlikely before these complications, I say.
He waves you on, eager to change the topic. Nothing more to report, Your Highness.
This is much to learn in a day, even for this warrior.
Arihu touches his brow and considers. What's going on, Shadow Chasers? Just tuning in a live stream. How far into the game are you? Chat, how far into the game am I? I'd say I'm probably more than halfway. But I wouldn't say that I'm close to the end, though. Like, I've still got a good ways to go. Yeah, the only hard limit is that cybernetics ruin your ability to do magic. Outside of that, anything goes. Magic Hacker works surprisingly well since you only need the smallest bit of cybernetics to do hacking. Oh, really? So you don't have to dump a bunch of skill points into it. I don't know how I feel with mixing the fantasy and the cyberpunk genres into one thing. What do you mean, Nugget? What are you referring to? Are you talking about Shadowrun? Is that basically what Shadowrun is? I haven't played any other games yet, so I don't have that perspective.
I sent the expedition to their fate, and those who followed. Death is on my conscience this day.
He lifts his gaze to meet yours. They served you admirably. We are a step closer to Ukaizo.
Ikira, just so. May all who fell on Matario Cozy slip through the eel's jaws. Huana and outsider alike.
Sighing, Arihu bows his head.
But on to brighter times, I say. If Ukaizo can be found, then so too will the hopes of our people be made manifest.
His mask of grief breaks under the pull of a broad smile.
Too much has happened for you to waste words with the royal brother. From now on, you work with Onikaza as an honored guest of her rooftop garden. Only, be kind to her cats.
Been a pleasure working with you.
You say this now, but Onikaza pays better than her royal pinch fist of a brother. May the wind caress your sail.
Arihu pats your shoulder and nods, smiling. Excellent. Okay. Let's visit Onikaza just to be sure. Oh, wait a minute, but actually, don't we have business over here as well? This dude, we already...
Well, you would need to become a shield bearer yourself to written my
There we
thanks.
go. Yep. Got his training. Excellent. I swear there was a Bounty guy, I thought. Maybe not. For example, you could choose a street samurai at the beginning, which is the fighter archetype, but then decide you want to go for magic and you'll still be able to learn everything a mage would. Ooh.
You have returned from the wastes unscathed. This is good.
A street samurai sounds fantastic. Cool, I bounced off this game last time I tried it. I liked the story and setting, but the ship-to-ship combat was like one too many things I had to learn. They updated the ship-to-ship combat where now every time it starts, you have the option to just automatically board. So as opposed to actually getting into the ship-to-ship combat mechanics, you could just treat it as a regular fight. And so I think it makes it much easier to deal with. So if that was the only thing holding you back, I would say jump right back in. Yeah, Shadowrun is cyberpunk with magic and fantasy stuff, dragons and elves and trolls from what I understand. Cyberpunk is more of a cyberpunk setting that has magic in it than a real mix of the two genres. Seems cool, but I just think I like the settings as different flavors myself. Interesting. I'll have to see what I feel like when I finally try it out. Does she have anything more?
Of dragons. What say?
Oh, this is just general conversation. Oh, that's interesting. I really liked Onikaza. She reminded me a lot of Daenerys Targaryen. I don't know why. Great character. Really, really enjoyed her. I think it's absolutely terrible that you can't romance her. Really feel like you should be able to. Oh, snap. I'll give it another try then. Good to know. Yep. Definitely. Hope you enjoy it. Did you play the first Pillars or did you jump right into Pillars 2? Wana plus Deadfire. I wish to know more of our people.
We are the stewards of the Deadfire. Our ancestors made this pact with the goddess Nagati long before Ukaizo, before the island vanished.
She closed her eyes and bows her head. Wow, it can be exactly what it sounds. You can walk around with a katana murdering people? That's wild. How long have the Wana been here?
How long does coral grow?
Onikaza chuckles to herself.
It is said the tribes assembled when Kohopa took his first mouthful of Amira's hatchling. And we will be here until the sea rises above our heads.
You mentioned a pact with Ngati.
The one which taught us to shape water.
A light, youthful smile overtakes her.
It is said that Nagati bound her 4 guardians to protect the islands, the Adra, the seas, and the tribes. In return, she gifted them the forms of water shaping. For so long as our promise is kept, the goddess gives us dominion over water.
Onikaza touches her brow with reverence. Robert, I agree the ship-to-ship combat is simple, but I also agree that it's extremely boring because it's so simple. There's really not that much to it. So I also kind of hated having to do it over and over and over again, which is why I feel totally comfortable just immediately boarding and getting over with it. I didn't play the first Pillars. I think the second one caught my eye because it has more romance options. Yeah, the first Pillars has no romance options whatsoever. So if that's important to you in the game, as it's actually important to me, then yeah, going straight into the second one makes sense.
Awfully cozy how the tribes get to use the endorsement of a goddess in a land dispute.
Maya folds her arms and furrows her brow, a knowing smirk crossing her lips.
If that is all you see, then Nagati's lesson is lost on you.
Onikaza shakes her head.
May I live to see Rawatai's conceit unravel them from within.
Back to my other questions.
Speak on. A friend of the crown should be well informed, I say.
You keep interesting pets, Highness.
Fine beasts, are they not? Gifts from the Wapua, a tribe of proud animal trainers. I named them Kohopa and Tangaloa, which makes the priests very unhappy.
She grins to herself.
Aruihi thinks I should feed my enemies to them alive and screaming. Akira, I have given it thought.
She pats Tangalo on her head. Not content to let the attention go astray, Kohopa shifts over until his ears are under the queen's fingers. You've been in my head since we first met.
Ah, Akira. But listen how the Watcher flatters me.
Onikaza chuckles to herself and shares a smile with the attendants in earshot. When her gaze swivels back to you, a presence like a storm cloud settles over your thoughts.
I cannot plant a seed in untilled soil. Akira, I want for there to be trust between us.
She raises her eyebrows to make sure you're paying attention.
The trading companies send spies to every corner of the mountain. I say there are places they cannot go.
Masked beneath a casual gesture of scratching her cheek, Onikaza taps the side of her head. Think at her. I understand, Highness.
But you did not climb all the way up the mountain to pay compliments, I say.
You should absolutely be able to romance this woman. You feel a light tug as the mental connection breaks for now. Onakaza settles back in her chair and nods to you, her eyes straying to her attendants only briefly. When I played this mission, I offended the Wana because they told me Palagina could not meet with the queen because of where she comes from. Forgot the name of the country. Yeah, Valian. Valia. So I told the queen to. This one is. Wow. You're a strong defender of Palagina, I see. I know these CRPGs have tons of dialogue, but I always wish they had more voice acting. Yeah, Nugget. Pillars of Eternity 2 is a rare exception where just about everybody you meet is voice acted. It's just like what you experience in a console game. Every single person you meet, they're voice acted. It's actually pretty incredible and pretty awesome. Tell me about Nekataka.
Nekataka is older than our memory. We found the great city in ruins, and the Kahanga have spent generations replacing every cracked stone.
Who built Nekataka?
The Huana, of course. The mark of our ancestors runs deep.
Thanks, Shadow Chasers. Appreciate it. I try to make these entertaining for you all. I think. Also, Divinity DOS 2. Yep, DOS 2 is another one, fully voice acted. Yep. Lakaza and Alde should both be romanceable. The Rautai Spy Matcher 2. Yep. I absolutely agree. All faction leaders being romanceable always makes things more interesting. Yeah, Nugget, I definitely feel like a lot of games would benefit from having more voice acting. I think it's one of the weakest points of Wrath of the Righteous, that you can go these long sections with no voice acting whatsoever. It definitely stands out.
Walls and districts are not how we would build a city today, but this place has echoes of the past. And our future, I say, if we can but reach to grasp it.
This is Owana City, but the trading companies are both represented here. Onakaza considers your reflection, nodding.
The Valians were very forthright in their desire to carve out a permanent outpost, I say. When cannon shot echoed across the seas, the Crown opened negotiations with Rauatai's armada. A healthier alternative to war. My brother thinks I am too lenient with our visitors. I say I will accept even this uneasy balance.
Yep, Onakaza's brother too. I agree. Back to my other questions.
A question of my own.
Ooh, Onakaza steeples her fingers and observes you closely.
This city is not how the tribes would live. Walls stand between neighbors, and the beach is too far to walk comfortably. There are angles of the city I cannot see from my garden. What place has Nekataka in the great pattern of the Deadfire?
I've seen what lies at the bottom. It isn't pretty, Highness.
Bottoms seldom are, I say. Akira, my thanks for your perspective. I say you give me much to consider.
+1, more romances in games that complicate the main plot, please. Not just side story stuff. Yep. To me, the romance is the best thing about Kingmaker. Like, the complexity of, if you try to romance the villain, the complexity involved in that, and how much more it reveals about everything you're experiencing is just, it just makes everything so much more worth it. And then the secret ending is definitely the best ending you could get for the game. It's just, I think it's one of the most well-implemented romances I've ever seen in a video game, period, bar none. Like, even in Wrath of the Righteous, I don't think there's anything that compares. So I'm really hoping we're going to get something that's of equal value in Rogue Trader. Why do you put up with the rogue trading companies?
Because we are the shrub in the shadow of an old growth.
Onakaza looks away and sighs through her nose.
Even the gods may protest, but this city blooms from the wealth of foreigners.
Oh yeah, Mass Effect was great for that. Hey, here's this great character. You've been romancing her for several hours. Oof, you got to make a decision. You can either let her die or let this other person die, or something terrible might happen if you save her. Yeah, they provided you with some really, really interesting situations.
Aruihi would have me force them back to their ships. I say it is better to feed my allies under a single roof.
Farewell. Should give Pillars 1 a chance. It's better than Deadfire, in my opinion. Really, folks? So what do you like about Pillars 1 compared to Deadfire? There are aspects I like more than I like more in Pillars 1 compared to Pillars 2, but I don't know if I would say that the overall game is better. No spoilers. What's that a reference to? Oh, you talking about Mass Effect? Come on, bro. The game's been out for like, what, 10 years? 15 years? And rather rise you could date not articulate. It's not satisfying though. Like, come on now. You don't really get to date her. Sacred Stare. Yeah, we'll do that. G'day, sir. I've been binging your channel over the last week. Been on a rather righteous kick. Your vids are awesome, concise and informative. Love your Pillars review too. New fan here. That's awesome, Seftar. Glad you're able to join the stream and glad you've been enjoying the content. I definitely plan on making more of it. So I just finally finished Midnight Sun, so I think my break is through, and I'll get back to trying to make a couple of videos this weekend. She has nothing of interest. You got something? I don't know what that is, but I took it. I'm still. Do you have other hobbies? No, I'm still hunting this person you gave me.
Your supplies here.
Supplies. Let me see what you have. Gotta go De Niro and Heat. Didn't get anything. Into anything you can't walk away from in 30 seconds flat. Mass Effect made it a little too easy to just save everyone for me. Obsidian would have stuck the knife in and twisted. This is true. Not just the side who dies, but some of them just die. Thing was pretty tragic. Kingmaker. I didn't end Kingmaker yet. Oh, you talking about Kingmaker? Well, that's one that's been out for it hasn't been quite 10 years yet. No, but no, I won't give any spoilers away for that. I won't talk about that. I was just saying that if you did the Secret Romance, it's fantastic. But if this is your first time, you didn't do it, so you're good. I find the pace of Pillars of Eternity 2 is a little all over the place. Interesting. Do you mean like for the main story? Mass Effect 1 was 2015 years ago. Yeah. I like the darker setting before the world locates the better companions of the story. Definitely like the darker setting. And I think it's darker. I think it's grimmer. And I think that's really cool. But I also feel like all games don't have to be like that. So I didn't feel like it was necessarily a bad thing that this game went in another direction. But it is something I really, really appreciated about the first one. Because everyone doesn't get a dark, grim setting right. And that game definitely, in my opinion at least, got it right. Time to sleep. Take care, Q. Have a good one. What are your top 3 games with multiple romance options? I mean, I absolutely love the Mass Effect series. Also a big fan of the Dragon Age series. I think those are, anytime you're talking about romances in the game, those automatically come up. Can you teach me? I haven't done that one yet. Yep, there we go. Also, I'm a huge fan of the Witcher series, so I played all of those games. Definitely enjoyed them. Did I talk about it? I did, right?
Used to work a farm.
Yeah. We talked, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is all good. Actually, we didn't check over this way. Yeah, definitely enjoyed that as well. Pillars of Eternity 2 is cool. I don't think the romance is really all that well done. I don't think it was the focus here at all. So I wouldn't include Pillars in that category. Didn't we need to come back here? Didn't he say come back here later or something like that? Is there another series or game with multiple romances that I really, really like? Can't tell right at the top. Oh, of course, Baldur's Gate. The Baldur's Gate series, of course, is also from that. Tyranny didn't really have any options. So yeah, I would say that gives you a pretty good list. Mass Effect Also, I hope this Wizards OGL nonsense doesn't affect the Outcat Pathfinder games at all. It shouldn't, but we'll see. Mass Effect Legendary does 75% off right now on Steam. 50 bucks if you don't have it. I recommend it. It's usually 60 bucks. Highly recommend it.
Like a newborn babe, but well, less fussy.
To make your own king, like build a beer.
I really get a decent night on the ship.
Oh, it's easy. You just gotta get the tar shot.
Oop.
You when you dump a bunch of souls into an animancer's repository.
My cat's waking me up. Means I get the kids all slatted. What's going on, Rithiel? How are you, man? Yeah, I'm up way too late today. I don't know why I've ended the stream yet, but for whatever reason, I'm kind of in a zone right now, so I'm going longer than I should. But sooner or later, we're going to cut this off. Yeah, I love Mass Effect romance. Yeah, they're awesome. Correction, BioWare used to be great at writing great romances. Are they still great? It's not clear yet. We will see with Dragon Age 4 and Mass Effect 5 whether or not this current team has it, because I'll be honest with you, not all that sure. Don't have high hopes. They're kind of on their last leg with me. Fleet Master's office. Is this where the shop is? I don't remember. Yeah, I agree with you, Nugget. Andromeda was good. Andromeda was good if you look at it in a isolated from the overall series. If you look at it in comparison to Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, no.
I've noticed you seem to be frequently at odds with others in your order.
Some of my brethren don't understand why I gotta do what I do.
Just the whole there's a god marching through the ocean, but let's get down dirty being a pirate major political figure in the archipelago felt conflicting pace-wise. That's a legitimate complaint. Yep. Was good as the first game as Mass Effect 1 was. It just did not live up to the expectations of Mass Effect 3 fans. No. I don't feel like Andromeda was as good as Mass Effect 1 at all. I felt like the party members were not nearly as interesting to me. Let's remember the list of party members you had in Mass Effect 1, all right? You had Rex, Garrus, Tali, and Ashley, all right? I didn't particularly care for Caden, but those other four, those are like all-time party members. Like, those are on the list of best party members in gaming, period. All right? What party members could you look at Andromeda and say, you know what, these party members stack up with any other party members across any other game? Nah. I don't even remember those people's names. I don't remember their names at all. Honestly, I didn't have any issues with Mass Effect Andromeda romances either. And I'm one of those rarities who enjoyed the game enough to play it through 2 times. Nice. You know what? I think I did play it through it 2 times, but just because I love Mass Effect, and then we didn't have any other Mass Effect, so I was just like, all right, I guess I'll do this. I never know when I need one of these to be able to steal a chest or something. But other than that, no. More diplomatic than I would do. Zero faith in BioWare nowadays. Honestly, I like Andromeda more than Mass Effect 1. Really. So, okay, what did you like about Andromeda? What appealed to you? One of the big pros of Pillars of Eternity 1 for me was the lack of romance. Sick of being nice to a companion, unintentionally leading them into them getting flirty, then having to awkwardly turn them down. You play as Gilby. All you got to do is tell them, nah, I'm not interested, and move on with your day. Why you got to kill romances for the rest of us? I mean, 1 is a great story, but a terrible game. Oh, you mean like role play wise? Yeah, this is problematic. Did you play the Legendary Edition? Did you feel like the updates improved it in a significant way? Or you're like, nah, this is still terrible? Andromeda gameplay was solid. Right. And I'm sorry, don't get me wrong. To me, Andromeda had the best combat out of all the games. Like, bar none. Out of all of them, that jetpack and the stuff you could do with it, chef's kiss. It was incredible. But like you just said, story, characters, everything else weak. And I come to Mass Effect for story and characters because, again, I started with Mass Effect 1. So I kind of started off with, all right, the combat isn't all that. It's not all that exciting. But the stories, the characters, the writing, it's on point, and that's what we're coming back for. And Andromeda just doesn't have it. I was just thinking, I can't remember their names either. Exactly. None of these people were memorable. Like Garrus, Tali, Ashley. I can name those right off the top of my head. Miranda. Like, these are characters that Like, I don't even have to think about it. These are just instantly memorable characters. And that doesn't even include, like, there's a whole list of characters that came in Mass Effect 2 that were more bit, so I don't even remember right off the top of my head, but they were amazing. They were great characters, absolutely. Come on now. I enjoyed the Andromeda would have been a great showing as a first game from a new studio, which is kind of what it was after everything from old Bioware quit. And let me make it clear, and let's keep it in mind. The reason why all those people quit was the absolutely toxic vitriol from the community. So it's not like the company crumbled itself or that the devs all did something wrong. They got tired of being essentially shit on, and some of them receiving death threats, and they was like, you know what, it's not worth it. I might as well just walk away and go live my life. And I definitely keep that in mind when I, make those criticisms. And that's part of the reason why, even though I feel like the quality went down, I'll still support anything BioWare does, because there's a part of me that still loves that company. And to some degree, I feel like the fan base portrayed it. Like, the fan base went crazy over that Mass Effect 3 ending. And while it was absolutely terrible, it was not terrible to the point that it deserved to generate the reaction that it got. So that's absolutely a legitimate point. Andromeda had potentially failed to live up to it. Yep. The great thing about Andromeda is the combat. Even the Legendary Edition is still kind of trash. True. In comparison to Andromeda, it doesn't stack up. And if combat is what you care about the most and all you care about, then yeah, that makes perfect sense. You forgetting the bugs in Andromeda that rival Cyberpunk bugs are released. It did not rival Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was flat out unplayable on consoles. There was never any point where Andromeda was unplayable. It was just unpleasant to play. But yeah, the bugs were a big deal. Absolutely. That story arc is the best I've ever seen in a game series. Across those 3 games, it had the death of the Babylon 5 storyline. I've never watched Babylon 5, but I've heard great things about it. But yeah, I love the Mass Effect series for that. The fact that you could follow these characters over the course of several years, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Legion, Baldur's Gate. Yeah, that's another great party member that I didn't even think about. But yeah, Legion's another great option. Grunt, another great option. Like, come on now. I didn't like Andromeda at all. I could vent pretty much all day about it. Wouldn't call the Andromeda buzz a great first show. Absolutely. Thane scenes in the hospital, crazy. Thane, I didn't even mention Thane. Thane is one of the best female romances I've ever seen in a video game. Like, to me, it's kind of a thing in video games where developers make these male romances and they're kind of trash in comparison to the female romances available to men. Thane was a fantastic, even though the ending is sad, the Thane was just a fantastic romance. And I know women, I don't know them personally, but I see them online who are like, yo, I romance Thane every single time, even though I know what's going to happen. Even though I know it's not truly going to finish all the way through, I do it anyway because it's worth it. Absolutely worth it. There's a lot of sad days. The vitriol shouldn't have happened. Absolutely. Gosh, I love Babylon 5. Great show. So, is Babylon 5 great for like the story? And is it available on streaming somewhere? Mass Effect 3 was great as long as you did what I did and literally just alt F4 once the Ghost Kid starts talking and make up your own ending. Basically, Babylon 5 remastered is worth watching on. See, I asked and the chat delivers. I appreciate you all. On the HBO Max or streaming. I'm a huge fan of Babylon 5. I wish we got the whole video game they were working on back in the day. So I'm still making my way through. What's it called? There's some sci-fi show I'm watching right now. The Enclave? Something along those lines. It's called something like that. Once I get through with that, I might have to start up Babylon 5. Yeah, you're allowed to dislike a product without threatening the people who made it. Exactly. And some people just don't understand that. And the other thing is, I feel like before woke became a term that everybody loved to use. I feel like there are a lot of people who love video games but hated BioWare because they felt like BioWare made woke video games. So as soon as there was an opportunity to pile on BioWare and tear them down, they absolutely took it because they are just tired of BioWare making games that were considerate of groups that, let's be honest, a lot of developers weren't considerate of beforehand. You love characters, you get amazing monologues. Babylon 5 is without peer. Interesting. I absolutely love Mass Effect story over gameplay, but I played like 300 hours of Mass Effect 3 alone. I already seen the story. Got you. Mass Effect 5 is great for the story, not for the VFX. The story is dope. The acting can vary, and just ignore the budget. Okay. I don't really care about the budget. I used to watch Farscape. No problem at all. I just like good stories. Keep in mind, B5 is a 90s show, so the stunt work and sets are not as big screen exciting as modern shows. It don't matter to me. I'm 38 years old. I watch plenty of 90s shows. I'm used to it. Being able to move your main character through Mass Effect 1 to Mass Effect 2 and then to Mass Effect 3 is priceless, time-consuming, but priceless. Yep, Straczynski is a brilliant writer, showrunner. Interesting, okay. It was one of the first shows to do CGI way back along with Reboot and Beast Wars. Very good show. To me, it was Deep Space Nine before Deep Space Nine. I have an easier time than most when it comes to otherwise good games with bad story beats that ruin it. I can just ignore whatever's canon and fix it in my mind. But if you like BioWare stories with great characters, you'll fit right in with Babylon 5. Okay. Gotta shed a tear for all the booty scenes ain't removed. I thought it was funny. I was like, I thought it was funny on both sides. I thought it was hilarious that BioWare not only felt motivated to put money towards removing these scenes, but wanted to let everybody know that they removed these scenes. And I thought the reaction from the community was hilarious, saying, "This is a betrayal. How could you not leave the booty scenes in?" Like, shut up. Shut up. On either side, it really doesn't matter. Stop it. Farscape was amazing. Yep, the DS9 and Bad 5 drama has always been interesting since Straczynski would never pursue legal charges against Paramount while acknowledging the similarities. Oh, so Deep Space Nine was basically considered a ripoff of Babylon 5? Babylon 5 was the first American sci-fi show that actually had a planned 5-year arc. They had a beginning, middle, and end, so every episode builds towards something. No waste. I have no idea what Beast Wars is. What is that? Interesting. Okay, I'm definitely going to check out Babylon 5. Atsura folds his hands and cocks his head, watching you like an especially thoughtful bird of prey. He waits several seconds before speaking.
I must thank you most humbly for your help. You've rendered Okaya and all of us a great service.
Ingwithan ruins and soul devices are something of a hobby of mine.
A rare speciality, and an extremely valuable one. But I called you here to discuss another matter.
His eyes flash, and an eager smile creeps along his face.
A great injustice plagues the archipelago, and we have an opportunity to end it. A thriving slave trade disrupts the Deadfire. I've determined that it's being run from the island known as Crooksburg.
What's the Royal Deadfire Company's interest in slavers?
Getting rid of them.
He purses his lips and primly turns up his nose.
Slavers sow chaos wherever they ply their unsavory business. They uproot communities, disrupt trade, and attract the vilest criminals.
I'm an Aussie, so I have no choice but to stand Farscape. Awesome. Oh, you're talking about Transformers Beast Wars. I saw the trailer for the new movie. It looks pretty awesome, actually. Where Optimus Prime was a gorilla. Interesting. Bro, you don't know what Beast Wars is? Transformers just animal cartoon. I never watched Transformers as a kid. Honestly, I wasn't really allowed to watch cartoons when I was a kid. I could watch... The only TV I got to watch, Saturday morning cartoons, my father would let me watch. So I got to watch like Spider-Man and X-Men and like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And when Michael Jordan was on the Bulls, my father used to let us watch the Bulls every so often because he felt like Michael Jordan was like an important black historical figure. And so he felt like it would be weird, you know, to have black kids who had no idea who Michael Jordan was. So he let us watch that. Other than that, I watched like zero. The only time I watch TV is if is when my mother watched TV. My mother used to sit up and watch shows like Frasier or what was that show? Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher. She used to sit up and watch stuff like that. Like I didn't get to watch a lot of the kids programming that other people my age kind of grew up with. Didn't have any of it. Designed to sell transferable toys, but up being way better than they intended and became its own thing. Interesting. Yes, Straczynski pitched this series to Paramount first. They saw a show as a Bible for Babylon 5, Decline of Great, Deep Space Nine, which shared a lot of the same elements. Both shows set on deep space stations with diplomats, etc. So, are you a big fan of Deep Space Nine as well, then? J. Michael Straczynski created and ran B5. He's a veteran of a lot of 80s fun stuff. The Real Ghostbusters, She-Ra, He-Man, Captain Power, does comics too. Interesting. Interesting. DMS has a cameo on the first Thor movie because he wrote on the comic books. He's the guy who first finds Milnor and tries to pick it up, then goes, huh. Ah, interesting. Okay. And I love Jeremiah also. Was Jeremiah a show?
Unfortunately, they've been allowed to operate here for years.
He frowns. What do you mean by allowed? He glances at you through hooded eyes, a sneaky grin playing at his lips. He quickly suppresses it.
Why, if the Juana had marshaled their forces, the slaver problem never would have reached this extent.
He spreads his hands in an innocuous gesture, as though this should be obvious.
That it has is a failure we must lay at the feet of the Kahanga royals.
He sniffs dourly. How do you figure that?
Allow me to illustrate.
He brings his hands together and clears his throat.
2,000 years ago, our people began the conquest of Rawatai. The land was new to us. Many of its inhabitants were better equipped.
He tenses his fingers and raises his eyebrows.
But we overcame them. We were unified where they were scattered.
Still salty about when I took my favorite Beast Wars toys to school in grade 1 and it was stolen. If I get a time machine, I'll go back and get that kid in head full force. Damn. Did Deep Space Nine have a higher budget than Babylon 5 did? Great star arcs in both series. And is Deep Space Nine, is that also considered like a full, complete story? Well, yeah, bro, I didn't have a dad, so I watched wherever I wanted to make me. God, I understand. Yeah, so I used to be the kid under all sorts of strict rules, watching all the other kids who didn't have fathers, didn't have strict fathers, and they got to do whatever the hell they wanted. Like my father didn't really believe in Christmas because he felt like I give my kids things all year long. So I think we celebrated Christmas up to I was about 6, maybe 7. But after that, I used to hate Christmas because all the other kids on the block would get gifts and I would have nothing. So I would basically have to go over to their house to, play with something. I remember when the guy next door to us got the Dreamcast. And so I used to sit, play basketball with him on the Dreamcast. And I was like, why can't I have this at home?
And we were not content to huddle in cliff caves and subsist. We were determined to make a better life for ourselves.
Was Jeremiah actually a complete show or like it was canceled after 2 seasons? Be careful, you don't have to go back and kick yourself in the head if you realize you misplaced it. Did have a higher budget, I think, but they didn't have a planned arc. But they did develop an arc. It's still very Star Trek compared to B5. I think both have merits. Bobby's Ward, Oracle Island. I love Lucy and Power and Sailor Moon, but don't tell anybody. Yeah, much higher budget on DS9, so the VFX was a lot better since it was an established franchise. Star Trek. Not you. Yeah, what Shadowcast Tracy said. Okay, cool. B5 space combat is distinct because the ships have to obey physics. Which a lot of shows don't do. Where are you going? Where are you going with this?
I am merely pointing out that it is difficult for fragmented, transient tribes to maintain control over their territory.
He steals another quick glance at you.
Is it not noble and just to end this scourge, especially if the Juana cannot? We must end the slaver threat.
He searches your face for agreement. Be straight with me. What does this have to do with Rautai? He cocks his head and considers his answer. Finally, he nods.
Rautai has interests in a stable Deadfire, and in earning the favor of our Huana brethren. The slavers threaten both goals.
He pauses and watches you, placid and unblinking. When he seems satisfied he's answered your question, he continues.
Go to the slaver outpost on Crookspur and kill Master Kua, the ringleader. His associates should scatter.
He marks a spot on your map and looks back up at you.
As much as I would like to send our forces to fight the good fight alongside you, I'm afraid that would only cause trouble in other quarters.
He sighs dramatically.
Especially since some of the slavers operate legally and with the blessing of certain Valian officials.
He tilts his head toward you and gives you a knowing look.
However, I have it on good authority that the slavers have made enemies of the Wahaki. They may be willing to help you.
Olive catches your eye with a meaningful look.
If they don't take your head off first.
He shrugs, suggesting that this is only a tiny inconvenience.
The Wahaki congregate on an island called Ori Okoiki. It means cursed land of corpses.
Is that where we just came from? His mouth twists in a sardonic grin as he marks your map.
They are suspicious of outsiders, so approach them with caution, if at all. What's important is that you rid us of the slavers on Crookspur.
It seems like a job for mercenaries. Actually, no, I know a thing or two about infiltration. In fact, no, the slavers will never know what hit them.
I'm counting on that.
Farewell. Okay.
Are we talking about the same Atsura?
Are you talking about the same Atsura? Oh, okay, that was just some guard. All right, and does the main chick, does she have anything to say to us? SG-1 and DS9, definitely my favorite old sci-fi shows. SG-1 because it was on TV while I was growing up and I was obsessed with it. DS9 I only watched a couple of years ago and it really holds up. Interesting. B5's look is also kind of dated because they used 100% CGI for the space stuff. Star Trek was still using models enhanced by VFX, so their look stands the test of time a lot better. I have never watched B5, so I should give it a shot. Space battles that follow physics appeals to me. Love The Expanse. The Expanse, I think that's the name of the show I was looking for. That's what I'm on, like season 2. I think I'm in the middle of season 2. The Expanse is amazing. Needs to get back into season 2. Yeah, I've really been enjoying it so far. I've heard that it has a complete arc as well, so I want to see the rest of it. She looks up briefly from a desk cluttered with pages and diagrams. Her brows creased, and both her left hand and her wooden right are stained with ink. She's the picture of distraction.
You'll be pleased to know our work at Sayuka is proceeding as planned.
She crosses her arms over her chest, even while her brow furrows more deeply. Steal a glance at her desk. You see some notes written in some kind of coded shorthand and diagrams that mean nothing to you. Oh, we don't turn anything in with her?
You'll be pleased to know our work at...
Let me add. Okay, no, we're good. All right, so I think that means everything's turned in. Let's check the journal as soon as we get out of here. I think we're just about at the point where we can start focusing on side quests. I think we only got 1 or 2 main quests to go through.
A riveting essay on the properties of illusion. Oh, and Catabolt's treatise on the finer points of corrosives.
Glad I asked.
She asked him, is he reading anything good lately? The Expanse is adapting a series of novels. Some of my friends worked on the tabletop RPG for The Expanse. Really? Oh, I didn't realize there even was a tabletop RPG. That's awesome. All right, so we got the main quest. Nothing to do with that so far. Ashima. The Beast of Winter. Oh, I can start the Beast of Winter when I'm ready. Oh, and it recommends that I bring along my weirdo companion, okay? Fruitful Alliance. The Queen intends to unite the Wana. The track can be found in that will Wahaki. Oh, so I haven't been there yet. Okay, so I still need to do the Wana quest. True proposition. Yep, ready for that. Of like minds. Yep. Oh. Oh, but same deal. He's already sent me the dunnage. Clearing out Crookspur. Yeah, okay. Deadfire. The courier's calling. Maya has a stack of misses. Poor Mahaj. Sorcerer and the gentleman. What's this? And Romero intends to reply. Oh, I forgot I need to bring Seraphim and Sayuka. They sailed to Oreo Koiki and the Barkana's Folly. Oh, okay, so just about everything I'm ready for. So I want to all right, Slandered. I'm off. It's nearly 3 a.m. Thanks for the stream. It was a great watch once again. Hope to catch the next one. Awesome. Glad you were able to make it. I'm going to be getting off shortly as well. But appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. TTRPG for the Expanse uses the same core rule engine that the TTRPG for Dragon Age, the A system. It's from Green Ronin. I've done some stuff for them. That's awesome. Okay. I might have to check that out. I am curious how that property would be translated into a TTRPG. Who are you? You're not somebody I need to take out. I'll let you live for now. Down to Dungeon Town. Now this isn't the one that had the place that I was still looking for. On foot. Except, where is the guy who's like floating down the ocean? What? No, I meant go, no. Go to the harbor. That's what I meant. Sorry. My bad. Because that's what my army needs, right? I remember reading somewhere that the Expanse novels were the writer adapting a GURPS campaign that they GM'd. There's a particular moment in season 2 that convinced me that the story was true. Interesting. Where are we supposed to go for Maya? Oh, we're looking for someone called Tua. And just... what the hell? Oh.
I've missed this place. Though not Thorol's porridge.
Ooh, Tua. Anamwa clutches the hilt of a long saber sheathed at her belt, her attention moving among the passerbys without ever settling anywhere for long. She stands as motionless, as watchful as an owl. She turns to Maya and flinches, shaking her head subtly.
Been a while, Twa, huh? You're looking healthy.
Maya attempts an easy shrug, but it comes off looking forced.
Don't say my name. Is he still here?
Tua hisses each word under her breath. She tips her head to indicate just over her shoulder. Scan the crowd, see if anything stands out. The occasional pedestrian crosses your view, but everyone seems to be going about their business without tarrying for long. Insight. Just as you decide to give up, a passing Wana raises his eyes from scribbling on a page of notes. He pockets the parchment and steps back into the obscurity of the crowd. The gesture is innocuous enough, but the speed and ease of it leave you in doubt.
You saw that too, right?
Maya nods.
Well?
Tua addresses you through clenched teeth. We've grabbed someone's attention, that's for sure.
Knew it.
Her grip on the saber tightens.
Who's your shadow? I'll string him up by his thumbs before he lays a hand on you.
Well, he's obviously not one of ours. Unless Atsura sent someone to monitor me. Must be working for the other side.
Tua aims an anxious glance in your direction. Other side? Maya. Claire to elaborate?
Not everyone in the Deadfire lays out the welcome mat for Rawatai. That shouldn't be any surprise.
She frowns, considering.
Twaha, I'm getting you out of this.
We've pulled each other out of worse snags.
Maya pats Tua on the arm, an attempt at an encouragement that only causes her to flinch.
Easy to say when it's in the past. This stalker is relentless, and he is always watching.
Tua rubs her palms together. The ocean guy is on the right side of the map, about level with Nekataka. The ocean guy? What ocean guy? Oh. Wait, no. What ocean guy? What are you talking about? What can you tell me about whoever is following you?
He's Juana, average height, and I've caught him scribbling on a sheaf of notes. Like any good tale, he's indistinguishable from anyone else wandering around Port Manger. Probably why they picked him for the job.
What are you doing that has him so curious?
Company business.
Maya and Tua blink as they say it at the same time.
Company business.
Tua clears her throat into her fist. We'll find your stalker and get rid of him one way or another.
Sit tight and I'll get this sorted out. Whatever happens, he won't bother you again. Just try not casual.
Maya gives her an encouraging shrug.
I will stand perfectly still and fill my heart with the words of our national anthem.
Tua nods, resolute.
That's... yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
The sidekick floating in the ocean you mentioned just before. Oh! It's on the right side of the map, about level with Nekataka. I will have to look for that. Thank you so much. But that will have to happen on the next stream because I am dead tired now. And I think it's about time to go ahead and turn it in. So I hope all of you enjoyed the stream today. I certainly did. It was good to get back at it. And I might stream tomorrow. It depends on what the wife has me doing. But regardless, if I don't stream this weekend, we'll definitely be back at it on Monday evening. Until then, I hope all of you have a fantastic evening, and I will see you in the next stream. Take care. Take care, Shadow Chasers. Have a good one. Bye, Robert. Take care, Demas.